With that, I think we can start the September 13th, 2024 Colorado Produced Water Consortium meeting. Thank you everyone for taking the time to be here today. Big conversations today, exciting conversations today. But before we dive into those conversations and the agenda, I did want to just take a second and acknowledge that I think Hope and I were talking about this on the way up here, that this is our 1-year anniversary of the Colorado Produced Water Consortium. We had our first meeting, we were guessing here a little bit, but I think it was September 12th of 2023. And so I think it's amazing the amount of work and conversation, direction that we've had over the last year, and that the amount that we've accomplished over the last year, I've not seen out of a working group or a consortium like this before. And that has a lot to do with the quality of people that are in the room, the way that people interacted with one another, the embracing of the concept of being curious and not judgmental, and really being focused on how to work together to accomplish the ginormous task that was in front of us over the last year. And while we're certainly not done, we've taken some amazing strides over the last year. And so when I say the people in the room, I'm also including everyone that's online as being in the room here with us. And so I just want to take a second to acknowledge and appreciate everyone that has been on this journey over the last year. So thank you all for that, and looking forward to continuing the conversations here today. We've got a big agenda. It is 4 pages of agenda here today. But before we go any further, I think I'd like to go quickly around the room and then online and acknowledge who is in the meeting here today, both for our record and for folks who are online who knows who's in the room. And then we'll start to review the different elements of the agenda. So I'll start. My name is John Messner, and I'm the chair of the consortium. And then we'll just go around the ring to the left here, where the microphone is. Maybe John, you start with the microphone over there. Just go around.
Good morning, everyone. John Heil with the ECMC, sitting in one of the state representative seats.
Doug Overton, Rio Blanco County Commissioner, the government seats.
Chloe Lansworth, X Institute Energy, and one of the nonprofit seats.
Good morning, Jeff Kirtland with Charlie Energy Partners, representing the Piceance Basin operators.
And good morning, Rick McCurdy with Select Water Solutions, representing one of the experience and expertise in produced water seats.
Good morning, Mike Freeman, Earth Justice, in one of the environmental NGO seats.
Good day, Ember Michael, Red Willow Production Company, representing dispassionate communities.
Good morning, Eric Anglin with Occidental Petroleum, representing one of the expertise and experience seats.
Good morning, Irene Andrus, representing Environmental Justice seat.
Assistant Attorney General Kyle Davenport, counsel to the consortium.
Barbara Vasquez, representing one of the NGO seats.
Thanks. Mark Hefta with Chevron, representing the industry on the DJ Basin seat.
Arthur Kepsel with the ECMC.
Doug White, NGL Water Solutions, experience and expertise.
Good morning, I'm Brandy Honeycutt with the Colorado Department of Environmental Health, Public Health and Environment, Water Quality Control Division, governing body member.
Tessa Sorensen, Energy Liaison for, I'm just going to call it CDPHE, and I'm a governing body member.
Good morning, Michelina Pollock. I am an industry seat for San Juan Basin.
Good morning, Hope Belton, Director of the Colorado Produced Water Consortium.
Aaron Sabacco, Assistant Director for Research for the Colorado Produced Water Consortium.
Good morning, Emma Schmidt, Executive Assistant to Hope Dalton, cooler title in the works.
Great, so that's the people in the room. Maybe some people still hear me. That's the people in the room, and so maybe we'll go online. I can't actually see everyone that's online, so maybe unmute yourselves and try to individually introduce yourselves as possible.
I can start, and I could maybe call on folks who I can see on the list here as panelists. This is Tracy Kozloff, State Engineer's Office. I'm a member of the governing body, and I see Nikki right here on my list.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Nikki representing a community member and nonprofit seat.
And I see Thomas Borch is next on my list.
Yeah, this is Thomas Borch, Colorado State University, representing academia, expertise in treatment and reuse of produced water.
And then I see Emma.
Good morning, Emma Pinter, Adams County Commissioner and local government seat.
And, oh, sorry, they're changing order. James.
Sorry, I was trying to get through there. James Rosenblum, School of Mines, academic seat. And can anybody see the video that I have up? My image, or?
You can see it.
Yep.
Beautiful soil.
Commissioner Mesner, can you see it?
I can see it, yeah.
So this is, I'll just take 30 seconds. It's an effort between Doug White, Thomas Borch, Zahi, and myself. This is sorghum. I'm in West Texas, in North Texas, so I can be there, but have a produced water pilot taking raw produced water to theoretical discharge quality. And we're growing sorghum. That was kind of led by Thomas, the plant study, but here's 100% grown with produced water. We're comparing it to the local drinking water. And so this is what a large scale 15 gallon a minute pilot looks like in West Texas, completely lined. So no water's touching anything but your liner, but just so folks could see from literally what a big, treat raw produced water to discharge pilot would look like. This is it. I could walk through it if you wanted. If we don't have time, I'll just stop, but just showing you that this is what we were doing in West Texas, treating produced water to a theoretical, again, nothing's being discharged, everything's being sent downhole, but I'm literally standing in front of it, so I thought I'd share. I'll stop talking.
Super exciting. Thanks, James, for showing that. And, I do think that you and Nikki win the prize for best in hats in that meeting. But with that, once again, welcome everyone. Super excited, and thank you to Mark Hefta and Chevron for hosting us here today. I do want to take a second and hand the mic to Mark to give us some welcome remarks.
Thank you, Chairman Messer. Yeah, thanks again to everybody for attending today. I'm glad we can host one of the consortium meetings here this year. I'm looking forward to today's conversation. And thanks again, everybody, for taking the time to drive up. I know it's a little further, went up to Greeley, but I think actually somebody closer, probably I live up north, probably actually an easier drive. So thanks again for that. And we do are happy to host today. And I'm looking forward to the training facility tour this afternoon. I think that'll be for those of you that can stay. I think it'll be a good learning experience just to go through all the various components that we use in the field, in the energy field. Again, thanks again to everybody that supported us on this on the Chevron side. Mariah was just up a little bit ago. I appreciate her help in getting all this organized. That's not my forte. And then Brandon getting all the audio visuals put together. Justin Carter is going to provide the tour this afternoon. So and thanks for his help. And then I also like to recognize Patty Erico to help put all this together. And she's going to give a quick couple-minute overview on Chevron in the DJ Basin.
I'll currently do that. And I will make it so I can go on a very long agenda.
Yeah, okay. I talk loud to be the ones that hold it down here. My name is Patty Rigo. I'm the senior communication person here at the Chevron RBU. Appreciate taking 2 minutes of your time to just give you a really high level. I know some of you will get more detail when Justin gets here later this afternoon. Were you able to pull this up or no? Okay. Really quickly, a little bit about the RBU. We officially became Chevron Rocky Mountain Business Unit 2020 when we acquired Noble and have grown since then. Now integrated with PDC as of 2023. We have close to about 1,000 people now that work in this unit. And a fun little fact is we've been in Colorado since 1931 when we drilled our first test well. So we have been, a lot of you probably didn't know that, but just to let you know that we have been drilling and operating here in Colorado for more than 90 years. Thank you. That just gives you, let me get out of the way so people can see, just gives you a quick glance at our footprint. We're about 600,000 net acres, 110 in peons, about 400, close to 400,000 barrels per day equivalent. And we're the largest producer in Colorado. And from a Chevron global perspective, we're one of their top 5 assets. So we're pretty important to the company. I wanted to just touch, and some of you will see what this looks like over in the yard, but we have spent a lot of time designing and redesigning our infrastructure to greatly reduce our carbon intensity. And what you were seeing a second ago was our tankless facility, which we have gotten rid of production tanks, flare stacks. Everything is gone via pipeline. We have reduced our carbon intensity by 90%. And then if you look at our surface footprint, we're able to bring more wells online through one production site, lessening our footprint by 95% versus our old designs. And on this, you'll see we have about 1,000 solar panel that is powering this particular facility. And this is the designs that we will see be moving forward. We have several of these. You'll hear more about this later this afternoon through Justin, but I wanted to give you a quick glance of how we are moving towards a lower carbon future. I would be remiss if I didn't talk about our comprehensive wildlife plan. Those with the ECMC know very well what this is about. I wanted to highlight the different partnerships that we have through this. It is a science-based program, really focusing on how do we make sure that we are being mindful of our partnerships. And then if you go to the next slide, I really wanted to end with, and I put a lot in so you can see where we have our community presence. It's very broad. We are involved in a lot of different efforts. We do 2 humankind months a year. This is one of them. What we say when we mean humankind months is we have partnerships that we have our employees out volunteering weekly at multiple different organizations. And so September is our second one that we do. So we have people out actually this weekend as well. We invest millions of dollars. We volunteer our time and our talent endlessly. It's super important to us as a company, even more important as an employee that we're giving back. And our focus areas are meeting essential needs. We partner with Energy Outreach. We are at Weld Food Bank every Tuesday. Denver Food Bank. We have partnerships not only in the Denver metro area, Weld County, Adams County, Platte County, but also over in Grand Junction as well. We promote diversity and inclusion, super important as a company. We work with Girls Inc. and other particular organizations that support that. Education is a huge component. We work very closely here in Greeley, Adams County, not only from a K-12, really focused on STEM, but also at the secondary. We really are looking for opportunities to collaborate on technology, pre-engineering, and then also on hands-on type learning. And so we're doing a lot of partnerships with hands-on robotics, providing arts experiences. We have a lot of youth leadership programs that we're working with different art organizations. And lastly, protecting the environment. This is one of the photos that we took. We are a long-standing partner with Colorado Youth Outdoors. We'll be out there actually next week. And then we have a lot of collaborations with universities too. So I wanted to say welcome. You'll hear a lot more about this a little later, but thank you for letting me take a few minutes to introduce Chevron. Charlie here.
Great. Thank you, Patricia, for that overview and for hosting us here today. Thank you, Mark. Really appreciate it. And also looking forward to the tour afterwards. Appreciate you the opportunity for that as well. Do we see our folks online? So next on the agenda is Director Dalton, who's going to give us some announcements and housekeeping.
Thank you, Commissioner Messner. We did have one consortium member join us late, so I'd like to have her introduce herself.
Harmony Cummings, Environmental, please.
Thank you. So I echo what Chair Messner has said about the accomplishments that this group has been able to do in 1 year. And really, in the last 9 months, the pace has been incredibly fast. And you guys have learned so much and worked together so well. And I can't thank you enough for that. But for announcements, I wanted to celebrate. We submitted 2 reports in August, and that is one on future future infrastructure needs, and then the other one really is that strategic topics moving us into 2025 and through 2030. So congratulations to you for getting 2 done. And I think that was a huge feat because the future infrastructure needs, that's hard. That is really hard and should take 6 months on its own. So congratulations. The other thing I wanted to do is just remind everyone that the consortium's goal is to reduce the use of fresh water and increase the reuse and recycling of produced water in oil and gas activities. That's our guiding goal. Finally, I wanted to thank Select Water for hosting a tour yesterday. We do plan to have 2 tours in this fiscal year. This was our first. It was held on the Front Range. And I'm going to hand it over to Rick from Select Water to kind of mention about the facility and then open it up to you consortium members that went on the tour to share any experiences that you want to share.
Thank you, Director Dalton. I've heard back that the tour went really well yesterday. For those that are attending, I certainly hope you enjoyed it. Apologize, I couldn't be there. I had made a previous commitment to speak at the Permian Basin Petroleum Association's annual meeting in Midland, so that's where I was after lunch yesterday afternoon. But very proud of that facility, and hopefully we have more in line in the future coming up to help offset freshwater use in the DJ.
Hope Dalton, Director. Any consortium members that went on the tour of the Lone Star Recycling Center yesterday want to share any thoughts? Raise your hand. I can bring a mic to you.
Hello, yes, John Heil. I think it was really interesting to see how many different regulatory agencies are involved in that one facility. It was cool to see how CDPHE regulates, the recycling facility, the ECMC regulates the injection well, and then you also have county regulations for secondary containment and groundwater monitoring as well. So I thought it was cool to just see how you guys navigate all those different regulatory agencies.
Harmony Cummings. I got to tour the facility when working on the legislation, and getting to have that on-site visual. We can talk about it for 40 hours, but going there for 40 minutes will give you a totally much fuller understanding of what's happening there, what it sounds like, smells like, the logistics of it all, to feel it, I think is super important, and encourage everyone to get out there. My biggest takeaway is definitely the need to have a categorization for treated produced water separate than just produced water. And that becomes really apparent when you get out there for storage needs and a bunch of the logistical holdups that we see in the industry.
Unfortunately, I wasn't able to go yesterday, but I was on the same tour as Harmony while the legislation was being cooked. And one of the things that struck me is there was no apparent vapor recovery unit on the tanks. And so when they got overpressurized, it was just venting. So that's something for ECMC and Produced Water Consortium to think about in terms of future rulemaking, make sure that that is captured. Thank you.
Well, thank you for everyone who attended the tour and shared their thoughts. I think it's back to you, Chair Messner.
Great, thank you. Do we have anyone signed up for public comment today?
I closed public comment right before I left for the tour yesterday around noon, so I didn't have anyone signed up. You do have in your packets, I also sent by email, the 2 letters. One is from the city of Aurora and one is from, I forgot, it's not Caris Energy anymore.
Christine.
QB Energy. One is from QB Energy and one is from the city of Aurora.
Great. And we have those both in a hard copy here as well as they were emailed out to us, so thank you for that. So next on the agenda, Director Dalton, I think it's back to you to talk about the direct approach for deliverable 8 regarding short and long-term goals.
So, deliverable 8, short and long-term goals. This is the report that you'll be preparing for submission on December 1st. The audience of this report is the General Assembly and about a dozen state agencies that we identified during our regulatory coordination report. And so what I wanted to do as far as the approach to this report, which is primarily focused on the freshwater side of saving freshwater in oil and gas activities, but it's part of saving the freshwater is replacing freshwater use by increasing recycling and reuse of produced water. So I think this discussion we're going to have today on produced water is, and our goals and our timeline, it's really going to be writing this report, only a different audience. So our audience for the recommendations for rulemaking is the Energy and Carbon Management Commission, and it's very tightly tied to development of this timeline and targets. But the December 1st report will be essentially the same report plus more. So I'm going to use what we talked about today to develop this December 1st report, but the audience is going to be different. It is going to be the General Assembly and state agencies. Are we comfortable with that approach? Any feedback?
So just to restate it in a different way, you're really developing this report based on the conversations that we've had or having today on the recommendations we're going to make to ECMC, but the December 1st report will have a different audience.
That's correct.
Everyone okay with that? Any questions?
Just one comment, right?
Hang on, we gotta get you a microphone so folks online can hear you.
Mike Freeman. That approach sounds fine with me. I just one maybe a question or comment. If we're offering some targets and timelines before December 1, my understanding though is that the ECMC rulemaking will be in December. So the hope, my hope would be whatever we produce in the way of a December 1 report might help form that rulemaking as well. And we may be able to develop some issues further in that report that could help with the ultimate rules that they consider.
I mean, I think, yes, any report that we develop can be utilized by ECMC, and the target is state agencies, which would include ECMC as well as the legislature. And it's more telling the world kind of what we've developed from short and long-term goals, because this initial recommendation that we're hopefully, well, that we will finalize today, is pretty targeted to the ECMC for development of draft rules for the rulemaking. So it's really same concept, different target audience, different timeline. I mean, I think, to be honest with you, I think really that December 1st timeline and the short and long-term goals was conceptualized to inform the rulemaking, but because of the posting requirements and the timeline associated with the rulemaking, that got rolled back into the decision we're making today. So. Anything else on that, Director?
Just to add, Michael, is we do have the November 1st report. So the November 1st report is really identifying any rules or legislation or policy that might need tweaked or changed or added or deleted, so that we remove those barriers and actually those hurdles, like we heard yesterday, is we're removing hurdles so that opportunities open up. And so there will be an opportunity to add some recommendations for additional rule changes beyond the rulemaking in December.
Okay, with that, oh, sorry, I didn't see it.
I have a clarifying question. So the letter that we're submitting today for the rulemaking is not our final touch point in the rulemaking?
Thank you, Harmony. Hope Dalton, Director. Today is our final touch point for the recommending the timeline and targets for the ECMC rulemaking on produced water. It's not our final touch point with ECMC. So we can recommend, what I imagine is as research and data comes out, we'll be recommending potential changes to ECMC rules, potential changes to air quality control division rules, water quality control division rules, which are called regulations. But we're really going to look at that regulatory framework and all the complexity there. But yes, today is the last time for this rulemaking.
I'll just say officially on the record, I feel really rushed at this point and not like we've had enough time to absorb all the information. And I know that there's other barriers to that, but I just want to name that.
I appreciate you sharing that. I think many people feel similar as far as the timeline and how challenging that's been. But, sure. Go ahead.
Tessa Sorensen, and I want to take this moment since we're talking right on this topic about this being the consortium's final touch point formally for advising the ECMC. That doesn't mean that the members shouldn't engage in ECMC's rulemaking process as commenters for whomever you represent in that. So I want to encourage that at this point.
That's true as well.
I thought we could.
AAG Davenport, clarification question, this is a good question. As representatives of the consortium, we cannot participate. Can we participate in the ECMC rulemakings for the various sectors, be they organizations, lobbyists, industry, whatnot, or citizens in the rulemaking?
This is Attorney General Kyle Davenport. Short answer, yes. Maybe a little bit longer answer if it's helpful. The statute creating the consortium does prohibit the consortium from participating in ECMC's produced water rulemaking as a party. So the consortium itself as a group may not participate in the rulemaking as a party. That does not prohibit any individual consortium member participating in any way with the ECMC rulemaking as a representative of the organization that you're parts of in your day jobs. I'll just caution you, I think probably an extension of the statute is that when you provide comments, you need to clarify that you're providing comments as a member of whatever organization you represent in your day jobs, not as a member of the consortium, because this document that you're reading today is going to be the consortium's voice within the ECMC produced water rulemaking. Is that helpful?
Okay. Thanks, Kyle. Any other questions on that topic? I do think it's important to understand, I mean, broadly here, the consortium was not designed to end in December. So this is not our final goal, this is not our final topic, this is not the final topic that we're going to be discussing. This is a finite, specific recommendation that we're mandated to provide to ECMC to inform the produced water rulemaking that ECMC is mandated to accomplish by the end of the year. And so necessarily this consortium in its creation was designed to talk about a number of different topics, significantly broad array of topics, and identify a number of different things that we want to consider, to talk about, to research, to analyze, to make recommendations on to state agencies, to federal agencies, to the legislature, over the next few years. And so by no means is this the end of any topic that this consortium will make recommendations on to any of those agencies. And so the conversation we're having today is that specific thing that we're required to do as part of the legislation, which is to set targets and timelines associated with reuse and recycling of produced water in oil and gas operations in the state, to inform the draft rules and ultimately the rulemaking that will be undertaken in December. So that's the conversation we're having today. This is not an easy topic, and it's not the last time that we will even engage in this conversation. Because we make recommendations today does not mean that these are the recommendations that have to be to eternity. The legislation explicitly contemplates that the consortium will review these targets on an annual basis. I do anticipate that this consortium will continue to have conversations about reuse and recycling targets and timelines in the future. I anticipate that this consortium may dive deeper into specific basins, into specific operations, into specific technologies, evaluate different hurdles and opportunities that may be out there to increase the amount of reuse and recycling all of this additional work and conversations we'll have over the next year, 2 years, 3 years, certainly have the opportunity to inform this consortium's concepts and perhaps create new recommendations, either to ECMC or other agencies that may affect those recommendations that we may ultimately make to ECMC at a future date. And so understanding that the timeline that we have in this year to accomplish everything that we had may not have given us the opportunity to dive as deep into particular topics as we wanted to. That does not preclude us from diving deep into those topics at a future date, and I actually encourage us to do that. So those are just my thoughts, though. But I do, for me, those thoughts do tie into the next conversation we're going to have, which is this finalization of recommendations to ECMC for the 2024 produced water rulemaking. Today is the day that we need to develop those recommendations, and we've had, a number of meetings now where we've started to discuss this. Thank you again to consortium and ECMC staff that have worked hard on developing the recommendation that is in front of us right now, with some concept of target dates and reuse and recycling percentages within that recommendation, and the rationale for how they got to that conclusion in their recommendation. From my perspective, I think the way that I'm looking at this, at least, I'm one consortium member, is this is not the opportunity for us to solve all the problems of reuse and recycling of produced water in the state in one bill. This is our opportunity to create a foothold, to create some initial targets for reuse and recycling in the state, and kind of set the stage for what we may try to continue to accomplish over the next few years. And so I think people feel a lot of pressure right now that this is their only shot. And I want to reemphasize that this is not the only time that we'll be evaluating or analyzing this, but this is an opportunity to set the stage for what is possible and what expectations should be from this consortium's perspective, from the reuse and recycling perspective, for oil and gas operations moving forward. And so in that, from my perspective, taking a relatively conservative approach initially may be the appropriate step that needs to happen right now in order to set that stage, to give this consortium enough time to fully evaluate and dive deeper into some of the concepts that have already come up over the last few months of conversations that have happened with this consortium, to look at, what are the hurdles, what are the opportunities, what are the potential impacts, what are the unintended consequences, as well as the intended consequences of different reuse and recycling targets, different timelines that we may consider that may not be the ones that we initially put out today. And so to me, and I think Barbara often brings this up, and I think it's an important thing that I think about as well, is we want to make sure that the decisions and the recommendations that we make today, while encourage the reuse and recycling of produced water in the state, don't have unintended consequences and unintended impacts in an attempt to encourage that reuse and recycling. So that balance, I think, initially here ends up being really important in this conversation, which is why I think the staff has done an excellent job of identifying at least the data, the gaps in the data, the findings in the reports that have been developed to this point, and setting, I think, some realistic and protected targets from a timeline standpoint, from a recycling percentage standpoint, that does set that stage, just takes that step forward, but gives this consortium the opportunity to identify additional information that we may need to dive deeper into either basin-specific targets or higher percentages that could be accomplished in potential recommendations that we may have over the next year. And so that's my opinion. That's my thoughts on this right now. I want to open up the floor for discussion. I'm sure everyone has had an opportunity to review the document, provide thoughts on the document. I know a lot of people have engaged in the development of the document. I certainly appreciate that. But today, at the end of the day, my goal is to have a specific set of recommendations that come out of the consortium to inform the ECMC rulemaking for December. One other point I will make is that while the recommendation that the consortium staff has developed has a range of percentages, I do think we have to come up with a specific percentage and a specific date that comes out of this, that comes into our recommendation to ECMC. As ECMC and the rulemaking will have to have a specific percentage and a specific date in the rulemaking itself. And so I think as specific as we can be, I think would be helpful to development of the draft of the rulemaking. And there's both functional reasons for that and legal reasons. But if people have questions about that, we can dive into that. With that, I'm going to open the floor to other people's thoughts on the recommendation, the document that was provided by staff, and just have an open conversation about what's been developed and people's thoughts. And while I will continue to try to keep my eye on people who are online, if you guys could help me, and if you do have something to say online, please raise your hand and we'll make sure to identify you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Messner. I do have a presentation that kind of goes through the documentations that I would like to ask if we have time to go through prior to opening up the floor. Chair Messner? And only because Chair Messner mentioned the range, I was going to do this after my presentation, but I'm going to allow to ask Assistant Attorney General Davenport for just some guidance on how to develop the timeline and the targets.
Thanks. So, Assistant Attorney General Kyle Davenport, I think as our chair already mentioned, I have some concerns with a range, a percentage range rather than just one percentage number. I think a range has the potential to create some confusion as to whether or not the upper limit of that range is a maximum allowable percentage of reused produced water, which I don't believe it's this group's intent to set a maximum allowable percentage. So that's one of my concerns with a range. I think it just raises more questions than it answers. And so my recommendation, I would encourage you to set a minimum percentage that operators certainly have the ability to exceed, but to pick a number, and perhaps within the range as already stated in the document, but to pick a minimum number to put into the rule. A similar comment in regard to a date. I wouldn't recommend a date range for compliance, but to pick one specific date, whatever that date is. Hope that's my comments. Do you have anything else you'd like me to address?
I hope, Dalton, anybody online or in the room have any questions they'd like to ask Kyle?
Barbara Vasquez. Kyle, my question is not about date ranges or percentage ranges, but about the prescription against installations and DICs. And as the cumulative impacts rulemaking has proceeded, there's been a lot of discussion about evaluating impacts within a certain range of occupied buildings within a DIC, particularly related to the western slope problem where a DIC can be the entire county or an entire census block. Are we precluded from making a recommendation to ECMC along those lines within large DICs by the legislation that was passed last year?
AG Davenport again. Consortium member Vasquez, I think I have a clarifying question. That is your question about whether or not the consortium is precluded from making a recommendation as to a percentage within a specific geographic area like a DIC?
Thank you, Mike. If I could offer a friendly addition to that, I think the question is, the legislation says no new centralized water treatment facilities within a DIC, which may pose an issue in the peons, as I understand it. Barbara, tell me if I'm misinterpreting what you're asking. My reading of that is that it would not make sense for us to recommend some. In the cumulative impacts rulemaking, one of the proposals that a number of environmental justice groups are advocating, not with regard specifically to produced water facilities, but other activities, is to say within a DIC, no development within a certain radius of a home. So instead of taking the entire DIC offline, say, let's put a buffer zone of a mile, whatever, around the home, and say, new oil and gas locations have to be that distance. I think what you're asking.
I tried to spray over it, but it stank.
I think what you're asking is, can we make a recommendation here to say no new produced water facilities within a certain radius of a home within a DIC? My reading is we couldn't do that, but I'd be interested in your opinion. And then maybe a question for Hope would be, if we are statutory, or if the ECMC is statutorily precluded from doing that, could that be one of our recommendations in terms of obstacles to address for the legislature in the future, basically?
Thank you for clarifying my question. You did a beautiful job.
So I'm gonna jump in here 1 second. I mean, that is a good legal question, and I'd like actually Kyle to think about that, because the legislation that created the Colorado Produced Water Consortium does include centralized produced water storage and treatment facilities inside disproportionately impacted communities. So there's two things there. One, we can get an answer, I think, as to whether or not this consortium, in our recommendation to ECMC for the produced water rulemaking, can develop a target that may require centralized produced water treatment facilities in disproportionately impacted communities in order for operators to be able to comply. To me, that legal question ties to the recommendations that we need to make today. The other piece that you're asking is whether there needs to be, I think, some consideration for modification legislatively of that ban on centralized produced water treatment facilities in order for this consortium to make a recommendation. In order for this consortium to make recommendations that would increase the amount of reuse and recycling in particular areas. Am I right there? And the reason I'm saying I want to get into this conversation about reuse and recycling, and if the question that you're asking, Kyle, directly relates to a concept that you have related to today's recommendation, and I think that's great. If it's a question about obstacles, hurdles, barriers, legislative pieces, I'd like to have that conversation later this afternoon.
Sure. No, to be honest, I was just trying to help clarify the question, but I think it's certainly relevant to the recommendations we're making today. But I think it's a longer topic than something we're going to be able to resolve today.
As we think about the peons, and if we're going to be having discussion, as I think we are, about creating a recommendation that's different for the peons than for the rest of the state, that may be an area we're going to be discussing, then we stumble across the preclusion of any new centralized facilities in DICs, and that's why I asked the question.
So maybe, Kyle, you could provide your thoughts on that.
Age Davenport again. I think I understand. My answer is I think it's a relevant part of the consideration today if a recommendation you're making about a percentage of reused or recycled water, taking into consideration other legal constraints in the statute, what impact might those have on this consortium's ability to make a realistic recommendation for a specific basin? I do think that's a relevant consideration because obviously when ECMC takes a look at these recommendations, if they say, well, this recommendation is impossible because it would require us to do something that would violate a statutory prohibition somewhere else, obviously this consortium wants to take that into account, so it makes recommendations that ECMC can legally and practically actually put into its rules.
And just so I'm clear, the statute does prohibit new centralized produced water storage and treatment facilities in disproportionately impacted communities. And so any change to that would have to be a statutory change. Is that accurate?
Thanks, Chair. Asia, again, I think you pretty much directly quoted the statute, so I'm happy to read that into the record, but I think you're pretty much there. And yes, I think everybody understands that any change to statutory language would have to come with form of a recommendation or something in order to change the actual statute through legislation.
Okay. And so it should be a consideration not to change the statute necessarily, but an acknowledgement that there is a prohibition on new centralized treatment and storage facilities as we look at targets that we'll discuss today. That make sense?
So sorry. The comment that we have from QB that just arrived points that out. It's been discussed previously in the consortium about the difficulty, and particularly if we look at the peons and areas around it on the West Slope that may start being developed by operators other than the operator that currently has the infrastructure for reuse and recycling. That was the argument, I believe, for a statewide that, that other operator may not have the infrastructure and might be precluded from developing that infrastructure because it's within the DIC. So it's quite relevant to today's conversation.
Okay, great. Appreciate that. I know that Commissioner Pinter has raised her hand. I do want to give Director Dalton an opportunity to present her recommendations, but I'm sure Commissioner Pinter's question is on this topic, so let's see if we can resolve this topic.
Yes, thank you. And I'm also happy to table my question and bring it back. Emma Pinter, I'm sorry I am remote today, but I'm trying to participate in the conversation. One of the things that comes up in this distinction and conversation with centralized production facilities within disproportionately impacted communities is if those disproportionately impacted communities have a fair amount of water that needs to be recycled or diverted so that we can meet our goals, and centralized facilities with pipelines are not allowed. I'm trying to understand what happens instead. And it's my understanding that what would happen instead is to have a distributed network of in-field, smaller scale production facilities closer to or at the wellhead. Am I understanding that correctly as the consequence of not allowing centralized facilities within disproportionately impacted communities?
I actually think it's an excellent question, Commissioner, and one that I think is central to the conversation we're going to have. And I am going to ask that we hold that question, give Director Dalton an opportunity to give a presentation, and then we're going to go right back to that question. That's the first question after Director Dalton's presentation.
That sounds great. I'm happy to table my question and bring it up later. I think there's a lot of factors when you have distributed production that are as complicated and vexing for a community, particularly when those production facilities might be generator powered and create other NOx emissions and have diesel generators then embedded in disproportionately communities in a distributed manner. So I think there's a trade-off that we need to be discussing, as well as we might have a backstop of what the statute might force us to consider. So thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, thank you all, and it's time for my presentation. So, I was reflecting, how did we get here? Well, we were curious, we listened to each other, we researched, we learned so much about produced water. I remember back to last September when people were saying, how am I going to make recommendations when I don't know so much about this topic? And here we are today with some recommendations that I think are a really good start. And we are using science and data to inform this pragmatic approach to these recommendations. We are collectively bringing diverse experiences and knowledges to a complex regulatory and technical topic to better the lives of all Coloradans. Next slide. So I do want to read the guidance for all of our work. In all of the consortium's work, the protection of public health, safety, and welfare, and the protection and preservation of the environment and the wildlife that makes Colorado a great place to live, recreate, and visit was at the forefront. There is an understanding among consortium members to present recommendations where the benefits of reuse and recycling of produced water is balanced with potential risks. And I do want to thank all of the people who worked on this language, and I really think it helps guide our work. So what does ECMC need to do by December 31st, 2024? ECMC produced water adopted rules must include requirements for new oil and gas development plans, or OGDPs, requirements when there are substantial modifications to approved permits, and they'll be requiring a produced water plan. There will be, as discussed earlier, prohibition against placement of a new centralized produced water storage or treatment facility in a disproportionately impacted community. I'm really excited about this new data piece, as I'm sure many of you are excited about this. We are going to, ECMC will need to require operators to quantify and report vehicle miles traveled. I think initially, this is where we're going to have the most impact, is by reducing that vehicle miles traveled. And then They must require for each oil and gas basin an iterative and consistent increase in the use of recycled and reused produced water without increasing emissions. The consortium and all of the work we've done over the past year is informing this requirement. So what does the consortium need to do? The ECMC rules must establish, based on the recommendations of the Colorado Produced Water Consortium, a schedule of dates that will significantly increase the use of recycled and reused produced water, decrease the amount of fresh water used in oil and gas operations, while ensuring the protection of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. We may include oil and gas basin-specific benchmarks. We are not required to include oil and gas basin-specific benchmarks. We will consider them based on the data that's available. The consortium, as a reminder, will review the dates annually to ensure this represents significant advancement of goals. Although not mentioned and specifically called out, we are tasked with protecting the public health, safety, welfare, and environment and wildlife resources. So as we are reviewing these dates annually, we need to have advancement of the goals while also protecting Colorado. So when we develop the schedule of dates and targets, here are a few things that I'd like you to consider. Colorado has a semi-arid climate. This results in widespread and severe drought. The work you're doing today is contributing to a better Colorado. Our collective efforts to build sustainable and resilient communities. Your work today is building communities. Opportunities for collaboration and conservation. This is going to lead to innovation. And I think all of you know I love innovation. I know that everyone is so smart and so collaborative that we really can solve this immensely difficult problem. And then we have to do all of this without increasing air emissions to the extent possible. I was thinking, the targets that we're developing today, if we're very innovative, I'm hoping they will ideally reduce air emissions. And where I'm making that connection is by reducing vehicle miles traveled. Remember that the best intentions can also have unintended consequences. So our recommendations today have the potential to increase truck traffic. It will, at the higher levels, require additional infrastructure to be built. There is a potential to increase the footprint of oil and gas pads, potential need to get produced water from somewhere, so you might have to look into importing produced water. And then there's always the potential for spills that contaminate the oil, the air, soil, and water, both surface and ground. So for discussion purposes today, I'm going to present the iteration of our proposed timeline and targets, the rationale for a statewide approach, and a rationale for a 4-tiered approach. Last month, I presented a 3-tiered approach. This month, based on a lot of conversations I've had since our last meeting, I'm going to propose a 4-tiered approach. By the end of our working discussion, my hope and my vision for today is that we have a schedule of dates with a minimum requirement for operators to include produced water in their water resources and water plans, both in the oil and gas development plans and in the comprehensive area plans for new oil and gas wells. So let's talk about data. We have a reliance on, next slide, please. So let's talk instead about the statewide versus the oil and gas specific approach. So for the rationale for a statewide approach versus a specific oil and gas basin approach, I'll cover in the next slides, but the map that you see on the screen is showing locations of all oil and gas wells that are currently drilled. And you'll see that some of them lie outside of a geographically defined oil and gas basin. And you'll also, right, I talked about it at the last meeting, we'd all be millionaires if we knew where the next well was going to be drilled. But it appears to me on the surface that this cluster of wells will actually continue to grow outwards. So I'm also going to talk about our data that we use to get to our recommended recycling rates. I'm going to talk about the null values, and those are the values that are assigned to those oil and gas wells that are outside of a assigned basin. And then I'm going to discuss the need for infrastructure. So let's talk about the reliance on older data. So we used data from Form 5 and Form 5A, and that's drilling completion reports and completed interval reports. And they're used to report the total volume of fluids used in drilling operations and simulations. And it includes the total fluids, it includes fresh water used, and then it includes recycled and reused fluids that offset fresh water use. And then we also use frac focus data, which includes water used for hydraulic fracturing. And I can't remember when it started. I feel like 2010, 2012. Oh, it's right there on the screen. So the data is from 2012 to 2023. There's been many different changes in the way wells are completed, and that needs to be considered as we look at this older data and try to forecast the infrastructure needs into the future. Next. And so then House Bill 23-1242 gave us some new data. So Form 7W really gave us more specific volumes for recycled and reused produced water used downhole, and including even more specific volumes of fresh water and how produced water is used. Form 47 began in January of this year, and it includes volume and source of all of the recycled and reused water in oil and gas operations. This data is going to be extremely valuable as we really refine the targets. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of this data right now. We have 9 months worth of the Form 7W data. We have 1 quarter's worth of the Form 47 data. So we have extremely limited data to make these recommendations today. This is coming in every month, every quarter, and as the year goes by, we're going to be able to see and support these numbers in our, these targets in our recommendations much more strongly. So let's talk about the null values. Are those wells that are not assigned to a specific oil and gas basin. So I just generally highlighted and zoomed in on some of the basins that I've heard from each of you as important, the DJ Basin and the Piceance Basin. And you can see there's a number of wells that are outside of those assigned basins. And so a statewide approach really will consider all of the wells that are drilled in the future. I also put on this slide the percentage of wells drilled and the total volume of water used. For the DJ, that's 85% of the total volume of water used. That does include freshwater and produced water. But I really feel like we could make a huge difference in the DJ if we focus on the DJ in a statewide approach. The Piceance, as compared to the null values, is relatively the same. So you had 8% in the Piceance and 6% total volume of water used. And remember, this is produced water and fresh water in the wells that were not assigned to a specific major oil and gas basin. Next slide. So focusing in a little bit more on the DJ basin, because I still strongly believe that we can make a huge impact by focusing on increasing the reuse and recycling of produced water in the DJ basin. Because of the high water use and because of the expected additional new oil and gas wells that will be completed in the future. So based on the data from our previous reports, the DJ Basin has limited produced water infrastructure. That takes time to build, it takes permits, it will have community impacts. There's also limited produced water availability. And what's unique about the DJ, and we really haven't explored yet, is all of the produced water comes within the first 4 years or so after the well starts producing. And then it drops off to almost nothing. So we really need to be able to capture that produced water at the moment that the well is drilled. That's the biggest change, because 30 years later, it's really not going to have a lot of water. And we haven't looked at this, so I don't know the number. There's also very few centralized exploration and production or E&P waste facilities. And I think the centralized treatment and storage is so important to these higher recycling numbers. We have to be able to capture the produced water, and we've got to be able to store it for when it's needed for completions. I think where we can get the biggest bang for our buck in a short amount of time is trucks are currently used for transporting produced water from the producing well to the disposal site. There are some flow lines and some gathering stations, but really there's a high reliance on truck transport. So if we can reduce that amount of miles that they're traveling, instead of, for instance, going 20 miles or more to a disposal site, maybe they only have to go 5 miles to from the producing well to a completion site. And so we're really going to try to focus on that because of our task to not increase air emissions. So, my vision, my hope is that reducing truck traffic will have a positive impact on the community as well as air quality. So let's talk about the timing. I think we need to start this as soon as possible. Right now, in the water plan submitted with the Oil and Gas Development Plan, or OGDP, there is no requirement for including produced water in your total water resources plan for completing new wells. So let's make it required. And how quickly can we make it required? Really depends on the Commission's ability to adopt rules. And we'll say they adopt rules by the end of the year. And then it takes about 90 days for the rules to be codified, which means they'll go into effect. And these are very rough numbers. And you'll see at the end I've built in a buffer. And then operators who have submitted oil and gas development plans for review by the Commission, it takes about 6 months to get through the queue. So that takes us into October before, if somebody submitted an oil and gas development plan, we'll say on April 1st, they may not be before the Commission for their review and approval until October. I just threw in the holidays, and so we came to January 1st, 2026 as the soonest we could require changes to the oil and gas development plan to include reuse and recycling of produced water. So why did I choose 4 years? Because you'll see in our 4-tiered approach, 2026, 2030, 2034, 2038. Why the 4 years? Well, I also based it on oil and gas development plans, or ODDPs. They're valid for 3 years. The approval might take up to 6 months. I threw in that buffer time. So 3 years, 6 months plus buffer, 4 years. So additionally, why did I choose this time frame and this approach? Well, I chose 2026 and a low number because it gets the requirements started. We can finally see produced water required in water plants that are submitted with ODDPs. In 4 years, operators are going to know this is coming. In 4 years, it allows for us to get the data. Remember, we only have 9 months of data, 9 months. And we don't have data on air quality that we've really looked at. So 2030 gives the consortium time, and I'm thinking 2 years time, at least, maybe right now we're starting our research. So I think we're going to know a lot by 2026. So by 2030, the infrastructure can be constructed. There can be permitting. Their legal agreements can be completed. Water sharing agreements and collaboration can be completed. But during that time period, we're really focused on on-site, the ability to treat produced water on-site. And when I say on-site, it would be at a completion site. And that would be temporary. So when the wells are completed, we would be able to reclaim that disturbed land that held the treatment much more quickly than a permanent facility. And so that's the concept between the first tiers. The next 2 tiers in 2034 and 2038, it kind of gives us just some ability to get some higher numbers in there that will require centralized storage and treatment. And the consortium will have more time to collect and analyze data, to listen to our communities, and really investigate those potential unintended consequences. So that's the time frame. So I think I covered this in my previous slide, but the rationale for the 4-tiered approach: the first tier, let's get started. The second tier, let's have minimal disturbance and have some temporary water treatment on the completion sites. The third tier is requiring some major investment in infrastructure And then the fourth tier, you'll read in the recommendations report, is really looking at, are we able to use all the produced water that we're now storing at centralized facilities? Is oil production going down? And we need to look at how could we be innovative with the uses of produced water. And some of us have talked about that, like mining the brine, right? So we need more time to investigate all of this. What you see on the screen right now is a spreadsheet that was sent out to the consortium after their August meeting, and it used Form 5A data. Remember, those are estimates on the amount of produced water that's recycled. And the initial table that was sent out was just an overlook at all the forms that had been submitted without any quality control being done. So I will be updating this table in our recommendation letter to include refined data that I received yesterday, and you will have in your packet, and those online should have been emailed this new table. And this is the amount of total volume of recycled and produced water that has occurred in the DJ Basin. So if you look at the last column in 2020, 0.6% of produced water was recycled in the DJ Basin. 2021, it was 2%. 2022 was 0.4%. 2023 was 1.4%, and we're still collecting data in 2024. And so ECMC noted that in 2022, and that's that 0.4%, that's probably the best baseline year to think about as we're really looking at that first minimum requirement is what can we do now today, because that's where they received the most forms and they were able to process or quality control those forms. So that's the most robust year of reporting. So looking statewide, I have run a scenario. As many of you have pointed out, this is a very, very high overview. The assumptions are really simplified. Why? As many people have said, we're moving fast, we're moving fast, we're moving fast, we can't breathe. So here we are. We have a scenario. We're taking all scenario one is we're going to use all fresh water and no recycling. And then and that number comes from an average of the 2019 to 2023 ECMC data for each basin totaled up. And then I just multiplied it by 0.03 to get 3% and so on. So those are your numbers. They do match pretty well with the numbers that are included in the total water use 2021 for Colorado, which was 26,000 acre feet per year. If we reach that 50% statewide recycling of produced water, we're right at about half of the acre feet per year savings of fresh water used for hydraulic fracturing. So these are on target, and but again, it's a simplistic view. So many of you want to go beyond the timeline and the targets, so I've included these as additional recommendations. The first one is to include the definitions that are from House Bill 23-1242 for produced water and recycled or reused produced water. The next one is about recompletions. consider requiring an iterative and consistent schedule of dates for increasing the reuse and recycling of produced water for recompletions. That's modeled after the recommendations for new oil and gas wells. And the reason this one is in here is because recompletions do not require the submission of an OGDP or CAP. The next one is to proactively add infrastructure. So when you are developing a new oil and gas well path, consider, what kind of on-site storage might you need to recycle and reuse produced water in, in the next frac, or maybe you're laying pipe for transferring of the oil and gas, and you can lay pipe to transfer the produced water. We also have a recommendation to consider community impacts, and this is to investigate the potential environmental health hazard from the increased on-site storage capacity, air pollutant emissions, noise levels, and nuisance impacts of distributed facilities needed to support this increase in the use of recycled and reused produced water. If the Commission supports this recommendation, then the consortium will have additional data to inform our annual review of these numbers and be able to refine those numbers better than we are today. The final additional recommendation at this time is really looking at rewarding those operators that are achieving higher rates of reuse. So the focus today is to determine the minimum, but we want to actually encourage people to go beyond the minimum. Now, I think that if you have the infrastructure, you're in place, so you're already at a high rate of reuse and recycle of produced water, I can't imagine that you're going to go and abandon that infrastructure and build new infrastructure for fresh water. So my hope is those operators who are already achieving this high level of reuse and recycling will continue to do so. Again, that's aspirational. And for those operators that don't have the infrastructure in place, they would potentially benefit from some kind of reward or encouragement for going beyond that minimum requirement that we developed today. I also have included in the recommendations letter that although these are minimum requirements, the consortium recommends that the Commission look at OGDPs and CAPs individually, site-specific, and they could actually require more than the minimum when those specific situations warrant. So our key takeaways today is we've got to develop these recommendations, and it's a timeline of targets. We've got to do these recommendations without increasing air emissions. And let's use what we have learned from the 6 reports of data and forecasting that really support our recommendations today. And remember, we use the data that is available today. It may not be what everybody wants. It may not be as specific as everybody wants or as nuanced as everybody wants, but we use the data that was available to us today. I would like to see the timeline start as soon as feasible so that the Commission never receives another application that is 100% freshwater use. And then our target should continuously, significantly increase the use of recycled and reused produced water, which is assumed to decrease the amount of freshwater use. So thank you for listening to this discussion. I'll hand it back to you, Chair Master.
Thank you, Director Dalton, and thank you for presenting on the recommendation that you made and the information that you utilized to develop the targets that you put in the recommendation. So I want to take a moment here because we have a break that's scheduled. I want to take a 15-minute break, but I do want to note that when we come back from the break, I'd like to open it up for questions to Director Dalton, specifically on the recommendation that she's made at this point, any clarifying questions about at least what she's put on the table at this point, not necessarily diving directly into the discussion, but making sure that everyone understands what at least her proposal is as part of the draft recommendation that's in front of us right now. And then after that, open it up for the full discussion on the ultimate goal here, which is for us to finalize our recommendations to ECMC today. So, Tracy, go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Messner. I just wanted to take a second to thank Hope for that presentation. That was extremely well organized and clear, and I know that doesn't come easy, so thank you for, I'm sure, what you put in, a lot of work that you put in for that, Hope. It was really well done.
I couldn't agree more. Thanks for bringing that up, Tracy. Commissioner Pinter, one question before we take a break.
My apologies. My hand is still up from before.
Okay. So 15-minute break. Let's meet back here at 11 o'clock, and we'll go into questions for Hope and then discussion. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started here again. Thank you again, Director Dalton, for both the work that you've done on the report, the presentation, clarifying your approach to it. Like Tracy said, incredibly helpful, so thank you for that. So with that, I'd like to open it up to questions to Director Dalton, clarifying questions on written recommendation and your presentation. I'd like to hold deliberative thoughts until after the questions get asked to Director Dalton from a clarifying standpoint, and then we can dive into discussions and deliberations. So go ahead, you have the mic.
Doug White, NGL. So I still need additional clarification. I'm sorry I had to step out. Maybe you covered it. The percentage targets, those percentage targets are based on percentage of total water used versus produced water used. Is that under OGDP? Is it by cap, by basin, by well, by producer, by the state of Colorado? How are the percentages calculated to meet the percentage?
That would be great.
So I think what you're asking is what you're talking about, the percentage targets, right? So
if there's a 3% target.
Right. So that would be 3% of the total water used in an OGDP application. And so if you were applying for a new oil and gas development plan, and in your water plan, you're indicating, I'm making numbers up here, that you're using, 1 million barrels of water, then 3% of that 1 million barrels of water, you would have to show that it was going to be reused, recycled in that oil and gas development plan prospectively in your application process. And then there would inevitably be then some verification through this Form 7W to 447s that is accurate after the fact. That's that's further than what this recommendation would do. But I anticipate if there was that to be implemented, the CMC rules, those mechanisms may be similar to those.
So then subsequently there would be, if it was rulemaking, then there would be compliance and then potential violations, ramifications, etc.
I can't ultimately say what ECMC would do, but I think that's the best.
That's the fair assumption. Okay. So can I continue with the thoughts on around that? We're in the DJ basin, so we have, insight in the DJ. So there's approximately, I think I looked at the numbers, there's approximately 350,000 barrels per day of produced water produced in the DJ because it's a very low water cut basin. I think a quarter of a barrel to half a barrel per barrel of oil produced. So, and then I think what I saw in the numbers that were shared was 512,000 barrels a day of freshwater usage. I think, and I may be wrong, so that's about 68% of produced water produced in a day versus freshwater used. So certainly could get there with that. But as we know, it's very regional even within the basin based on producing wells. So a couple of questions and see if everyone's thought about. So over time, as a well produces oil, there's a decline, subsequent decline in water, because there really isn't formation water coming back to the surface in the DJ. It's mainly whatever was used in the frac process. So right now it's great. We have increasing water and a nice availability of produced water to be able to meet these percentages potentially. But what happens if there's a slowdown in the market, oil market? Wells are dialed back because they're uneconomic. If we go to $30, $40, $50, in the DJ basin, break evens are lower, or higher. And then if fracs slow down, completions slow down, but still there are completions and there's less produced water being produced to be able to utilize to meet these percentages. That's a question I have and haven't considered that. And then over time, as the basin ages, there'll be years and years from now, whenever that may be, that there'll just be a general decline in production in the basin. And are these percentages, as I see they continue to go up over time, have we considered that maybe they should go down over a longer period of time based on the production decline in the basin and available produced water? And then I take that and say, could that affect compliance someday that we haven't considered? And it's not even available. So if a producer submits their GDP plan for water, crude falls. We saw what happened in 2020. I don't use the black swan events, but crude falls enough where there's not enough produced water to meet the percentages based on existing GDP that's been approved. How is that handled? Just a question I have when I read through all these numbers.
So those are all good questions. I think those are all deliberative. The last bits are deliberative questions, so I want to hold that for just a second because those are good questions for discussion, and I think those will be discussed. But I want to make sure that we have a chance just to get clarifying questions on Director Dalton's presentation and dive into the pieces. Go ahead. That would be great. Yeah, sure.
Irene Andrus, on the slide title, proactively add infrastructure. I just want to add to that infrastructure has to be operational prior to the beginning of completion operations.
Help Dalton, Director. Thank you, Irene. And you'll add that to the notes in the draft, right? Oh, you already did. Thank you so much, Irene.
Any other questions to Director Dalton on her presentation?
Harmony Cummings. And I think Doug pointed on this and asked the same thing, but what happens when the operator doesn't get to their 3%? Who will know, and what are the consequences? And it's to be determined, correct? But then my other question is, I still struggle with the data and seeing the numbers that changed up there and still questioning what feels good and feels right. And I still have a huge gut check and not being able to have confidence in any of the numbers. And a part of that is the 5A forms our estimates in the 2023 cumulative impacts report for the DJ Basin specifically. When starting to compare a handful of estimates to actuals, the actuals came in 40% higher. And also we're seeing the trend in laterals being significantly longer, requiring more water, and that was reiterated in the tour yesterday as well. So if today it takes, I'm using big numbers here, 100 barrels in 2024, but in 2026 it actually takes 200 barrels, and even if you're getting a 10% reduction, you're still using 80 more barrels. And that's not the goal at all. And that's where I struggle with where we are today.
Was that a question?
It's just struggling with where we are today.
Sure.
And
I think throughout the document, at least as I read it acknowledges those challenges with data in order to develop the recommendations, which I think also, I hope I'm not, you can speak for yourself, but I think that's why there's acknowledgement in there that data will get better over time, and so therefore we need that foothold or that starting place to begin reuse and recycling, and then additional work and evaluation by this consortium for additional recommendations over time as the data becomes more readily available, more accurate, and with a longer timeline associated with it. But I think that's what I read in the report. Is that what you were trying to capture?
And thank you, Chair Messner. Yes, that's exactly what I was trying to communicate both in the presentation and in the document.
My final thing on the data is the null area looked pretty close to the DJ Basin. And so what I was curious in that null area is how many of those wells are new wells, or how much new activity is happening in the null area. And if those wells are similar in water usage and produced water for our purposes to also be part of the DJ Basin.
So for this map, and Arthur is here if I get this wrong, so please raise your hand if I get it wrong. But this map is all of the wells that are completed, and so I don't have like a current on-demand kind of map, so I can't really answer your question. You can get me closer. Okay. Tessa?
Tessa Sorensen, CDPHE Energy Liaison. So part of my role in CDPHE is to consult or evaluate for consultation ECMC open applications for locations and areas of locations. So I actually do review every single location application that goes through ECMC. And I can tell you that those null value areas, it's exceptionally rare to see a new location application in those areas. There are wells there. I cannot speak to new wells being drilled on previously permitted locations, but new locations are not being explored in large part in those areas. There are occasional ones, but they're quite rare.
I don't know if you have a question. I have a question by now. Yeah. So, Mike Friedman, that raises a question for me, because the spreadsheet we got last night suggests that there's 3 areas that I think are part of the null value map, called the Axial Basin Uplift and the Douglas Creek Arch, maybe the Interbasin area as well, where there is a significant amount of water being used right now. In fact, probably most of that 6% on the chart. And the spreadsheet also shows that the recycling percentage there is really high. It's over 80%. So so I'd be interested to see, like, how does that play into the calculation? Are these all just a massive amount of recompletions being done there? Is it EOR? Why is it that so much water is being used there and recycled? And I won't go into the deliberative part, but I think that really needs to be part of our discussion today, is how those are factored into our targets.
So your question is, what's going on with these certain basins and where are they, right? So clarifying question, and so maybe we could get an answer to that. Does anyone have, Arthur, do you know the answer to that? Well, some of it I think is because hang on one second, we'll get you
some of it is because of Rangeley Field. They use a lot of water, but it's mostly recycled. It's a fairly closed loop system in their EOR system. And I think with our reporting, the way water is reported to us, we probably have same molecule of water reported to us multiple times. So that's some.
Which of these is the range?
I think axial base.
The axial level.
Does that answer your question?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I guess actually not quite, because I was wondering how that fits.
Michael, I'm going to scold you. You can raise your hand. Eventually, we will get you a microphone. Then you can ask. So please repeat.
Apologies. And then I'll shut up, Rick, I promise. Okay, no. But Tessa, I'm curious how that fits with the numbers you're seeing.
You asked that of Tessa, the person that is the furthest away from you. Is that it?
Tessa Sorensen apparently on the moon. It's going to take 8 seconds between questions and replies. I'm not sure. It's consistent with new location applications, I'd say. I cannot speak to new well applications on previously permitted locations because CDPHE usually does not review those or evaluate those. There's just too many of them. So, yeah.
Rick?
Okay, two things. First, to harmony these questions, because I want to make sure everybody's clear. Just because the industry is moving to longer laterals, while that seems like that's an indication that now we're using more water per well, we are. But typically, those longer laterals, as the technology develops to allow us to drill a longer lateral, that one well with a long lateral replaces 2 wells that would have been previously drilled. So it's still the same amount of water, but now you're just putting it down 1 well bore instead of 2. Okay, so we're not really increasing. We're increasing water per well, but now ultimately you end up with fewer wells because you're able to exploit a longer lateral that would have normally taken 2 wells. Okay, so that's one thing. With regards to the null data that we just talked about, and with regards to including that as part of this statewide goal, my concern, particularly in that area, say right to the east of the bottom of the DJ, and granted, we're talking about maybe there are no new wells there, but if there is, it may be impossible to hit 3% on a completion there. There may not be enough produced water in the area. There may not be enough produced water with that particular operator in order to hit 3% on its completions, whereas it's going to be much easier up in the heart of the DJ.
Okay. So we're clearly going into deliberative stuff right now. And so I'm gonna, if there's no more specific questions for Hope on the data, then I want to ask anyone that has a deliberative thought to hold their thoughts. Go ahead.
Clothian Forth, and I may not have understood the request from Commissioner Messner, but I did want clarity on how you define targets being, quote, significantly increased. It's just an objective or a subjective term that deserves to not be.
Thank you all for having a little humor today. I really enjoy working with this group. So, Chloe, have I defined what significantly increase means? No, no, no. And some of the other kind of questions that are being asked, like what Rick brought up about the area just south of the DJ, we haven't looked at the data for that. So some of these questions we're going to include in the addendum to the future infrastructure report as future research needs. And as we move forward after this discussion, if there is time, we'll start looking at what are these future questions. What does significant increase mean? I imagine it's an increase, but I don't know. Is it a 5%, 10%, 100%? Like, I don't know what that means.
I think we got Eric England, and then we've got Mark, and then we've got Barbara.
Great, thank you, Eric England. And I will try to ask about the data in the presentation to stay in compliance. The slide that references the potential freshwater that could be achieved. I'll get to the question, but in some particular areas, as the report captures and your presentation captures, like DJ, there's less water available than those full target percentages. So similar to maybe what Doug was asking, is there a scenario where there's not a feasibility to reach those targets, and so that level of water recycle isn't achievable? I guess I'm asking, does it take into account that there's a cap in feasibility with these projections of the potential savings?
Thank you for that question. I think I can boil it down to, is there a minimum and a maximum? No, there's not. And do we have the data to support a minimum and a maximum? No, not at this time. As we get more data from the Form 7W and Form 47, I believe when I say we'll refine these data points, all that you're talking about right now, will be having that data behind it. So at this point, I don't have the data to support a cap on freshwater use or recycle use.
Thank you. And my related comment is just to preface those targets, understanding that we need to know more to know if it's feasible.
I really like that idea. If you have an opportunity to actually provide some verbiage in the final draft, that would be much appreciated. I will take the notes. I hope that I will be able to capture that.
Thanks, Mark. Just quick on the recommendation slide. Can I get a little clarity on the proactively add infrastructure comment or the recommendation that requiring produced water infrastructure volumes exceed a certain level? I mean, is that, can I get some understanding of the thought processes there? That it might add, it's going to be very site specific and a lot of economic considerations and what are the things that go into that, I think, more than just a single volume discussion.
So is the slide that is shown the slide that you have question on? Okay, so the thought behind this additional recommendation is it's beyond what we're being asked to provide. We're being asked to provide a timeline and targets. So this is beyond that. And so I think the goal is me recognizing I am not a member of industry, but simply saying if you're going to dig a trench for something, why don't you put all of the infrastructure in that trench and remember, it's very simplistic point of view. And so then you only have to dig the trench once.
Thank you. Yeah, we definitely consider that as we're developing projects, but there's a lot of other factors that go into just the simple rate so I appreciate that.
Well, if you have a better language, that's right. This was written with by someone who doesn't have that experience. I think you know what I'm trying to get at. If you have specific language, I really appreciate it.
Barbara?
Yeah, I want to continue on this discussion about declining oil and water production in the DJ over time for an individual well and the Black Swan event that you brought up. So again, I'm not part of industry either, but I imagine there are economic calculations between, I'm going to drill a new well, or are we going to recomplete an existing well? And the gentlemen around the room and the ladies who are in the industry can opine on that issue. But that's an additional source of produced water if you're going in to recomplete an existing well. Secondly, I love your little quip, mind the brine, right? The recommendation I brought up in July that we think about using the underground water resource that we've been enriching with produced water for decades. Can't we go pull some of that up? And I imagine that would be a solution in the future as individual wells decline in their production. So just a thought.
Before I go in the room, I'm going to go to Commissioner Pinter online, and then we'll go in the room. And I think we've got Amber, Jeff, Mike. Help me keep track.
Thank you so much. Yes, Commissioner Emma Pinter of Adams County online commenting. I really appreciate the discussion in the room, and tip of the hat to you, Director Dalton, for so comprehensively pulling in all of our various concerns. I would like to flag some additional concerns in listening to the conversation because, as I've mentioned before, in local government, we do often have that siting authority. We have that community. We're the ones who community comes to complain to. And so we are often most closely connected to community impact. Going back to one of the earliest slides, it talked about the consortium considerations for recommendations. And then the right half was unintended consequences. You're almost there. There we go. This is a good list. I feel like it's a good start. And I really heard from those in the room, the discussion, talking through a bunch of these as well. But I think that there are some additional considerations, because potential to increase the footprint of oil and gas pads, I think, is a little minimizing of what could happen, especially if we don't have centralized water processing facilities and we then have truck traffic as well as the potential for distributed generators to power the work needed to do the producing of the water. I think also there's some additional phrasing we can look at around public notice engagement requirements in permitting those facilities that could cause community, if you don't do public engagement correctly and they don't feel educated and safe with the outcomes, then the backlash later could be quite substantial and further hamper the efforts of all of us to be able to produce water in this state to continue our shared goals of not using fresh water. So I don't know how to flesh out some of these unintended consequences a little more thoroughly, but I think there's a lot there.
Thank you, Commissioner Pinter.
Tess is up next.
Go ahead, Tess.
Let me see, Tessa Sorensen. So, question for the director. One of the things that's in that report and also on our agenda here is that, let me find it in the text, is that the consortium recognizes, among other things, that new produced water rules adopted by ECMC will prohibit placement of a new centralized produced water storage or treatment facility in a disproportionately impacted community. Do we recognize that? Is there a place that is stated that that will happen or must happen? Because I'm not aware of reading that exact requirement. And I would be hesitant to include that in the report.
Actually, the legislation.
It is in the legislation. Good. Is there a timing associated with that prohibition?
It already has happened.
It's
already happened.
Okay, but it is legislative mandated. That answers my question. Never mind. Thank you.
So I think Ember, and then Jeff, and then Rick keep me on track here.
It's been much. Actually, my question was.
Okay. Go ahead, Ember.
Okay, Ember Michael. And hope this question is more, it was along the lines with Mark's on the proactively add infrastructure slide. I don't know what slide number it was, but I would also, it just makes me think about some additional questions and probably not to be solved here, but just for considerations. My mind goes to permitting and the complexities of multi-jurisdictional agencies. And so for right-of-ways or easements, are we staying on lease, off lease? And then just adding the infrastructure, is it just for completions, which isn't that very in the scope of time and a timeline, it's days to months. And so you're asking for permanent infrastructure to capture this produced water for a very temporary process or the life of the well. So I think that this recommendation could be explored a little bit more and maybe add some more clarity and look at some feasibility from short-term, long-term, permanent, temporary, and then how we would permit all these actions.
Director Dawson, Hugh, Ember, this, I think you're echoing some of the concerns also raised by Mark. And this is an additional recommendation. If we don't get to a place at the end of today where you're comfortable with this, we can always say more research is needed on this before we're making this additional recommendation. Because the focus of today's discussion will be on the timeline and targets.
Thanks. So, and even pulling it from the recommendation and having it as a future topic of discussion with consortium is an option as well. Jeff.
Yeah, just a quick comment, Jeff Kirtland with Peon Space, and I just wanted to acknowledge and thank you. Hope there's a bit of a nuanced change that was made relative to language around the average over all the basins and what's used for completions, and it really goes to a comment that I had made to Hope over the last few days relative to really the peons, and it's sort of picked up here in this slide that says potential fresh water saved by increasing produced water. And what's important to note is that when you look at these averages, especially through the basins of what's used in for completion jobs, that assumes that there's a lot of freshwater use that's being utilized. So these targets are really calculating how much additional produced water would make up that goal. That's making sense. And what it doesn't account for is what's already being recycled. So I just wanted to point that out, that these numbers that are sort of assuming these makeup numbers that are required to meet the goals aren't necessarily accounting for, but there's a good footnote in there that Hope included that I just wanted to draw everybody's attention to. Again, from the peons perspective, the volumes that we're looking at for making up produced water to meet those targets is probably inflated a bit because there is a high percentage of produced water that's already being utilized for percentages. So just an awareness as you're looking at this data, and as we're providing this to ECMC, I want to ensure that there's clarity around that piece.
So explain it again, because I don't have clarity over it.
So I'll just use what is it, table, what was it, in the report itself, it was table, in this case it was table 5, yes. And I guess particularly it was table 4 where it talked about where it broke the basins out, and it talked about the average volume of water used in completions. So for instance, the Peons, there was an average of 21 million barrels, and it identified at a 3% target that there would be a makeup of 640,000 barrels. That's probably overinflated because that 21 million barrels, roughly 85% of that, or closer to 90% of that, is already being recycled.
I'm validated.
Thank you.
Because it would be, that 3% would be applied to new operations. All right. So fall, so we got Jeff, Mike's no longer on the table. Now we got Doug and then Barbara.
Doug White at GL. I work in the Texas side of these same types of issues. One thing that has been pointed out by rulemaking and ideas of how we change things there are the disproportionately impacted producers. So we have representation from large producers here. I don't know that we have a lot of small producers. She's raised your hand, small producer. So what happens, and once again back to the DJ, because that's where we reside. If there's 350,000 barrels a day in the DJ, for example, NGL handles 150,000 barrels of that. We are already having conversations of wrapping up a lot of that water for our certain larger customers. What happens when the very small producer finally gets their arms around this? Rules are done, percentages are set. They come to us and say, "Hey, what can we do to deal with you to have access to your produced water because we want to drill and meet our obligations?" We say, "Sorry, we've already contracted all that out to the big guys." Has anyone, and have we considered in here in our rulemaking, disproportionately impacted producers? The question, I don't know that has been covered, and I just want to ask the question.
Thank you, Doug. Since this is still the question and answer period for me and the presentation, I will answer no, we don't have data on disproportionately impacted producers, but we do have representation on the consortium. Nicolina Pollock represents the smaller operators.
Can I just say that you want to refer to the last capitalized operators? I kind of like the disproportionately operator. I'm going to take it with me today. My communities will appreciate it. So I'm presenting small operators, so I'm learning quite a bit of new terminology today. And I've already kind of forgotten it. Small capitalized, less capitalized operators.
Barbara?
Yeah, I think I want to draw our attention back to the primary task here, and that is the range of targets and the dates. And as we look at the very thorough presentation Hope Dalton gave us, when we take a look at the timeline, it looks like we're really not stepping forward from even conservative estimates of what the state is doing now for 9 years or 10 years. And that really worries me. And I really appreciate Commissioner Messner's comment in the beginning about shared concern about unintended consequences and not getting ahead of ourselves and ahead of our understanding and the industry's ability to respond. But when we look at the numbers that were provided, this is kind of tying into Harmony's discomfort with data. Look at the numbers that were provided initially and now these new numbers on the strikeout table we just saw. If the older numbers were right, the DJ was using about 4% on the average over the last 3 years of reused recycled water. And so the question is whether that 3 to 5% is going to get us anywhere above what's happening today, and should that number be like 6% or 7% by 2026, given what the numbers might really be once ECMC is done vetting the data. So it's a question, and I'd be delighted to have some discussion.
Thank you, Barbara. You have noticed that I'm updating the data because this particular chart was really preliminary data when it was shared with the consortium. And so it had all sorts of disclaimers and only for consortium member use. And so since that meeting, I was able to get more refined data. That's why you're seeing the changes. So I always want to use the best available data, and that's the intention of this chart.
Cool. Harmony. And then I think pretty soon here, I'd like to move on and start to frame the discussion and the deliberation and start taking steps forward, because we're looking like we're ready to go there anyway. But go ahead, Harmony.
In considering the Harmony Cummings Greenhouse Connection Center, and considering the comments that have just recently been going on for less capitalized producers, I personally would advocate for a higher percentage for the producers who are using significantly more water, and lessening that burden on the less capitalized producers, because really it's the people who are using the most water, that percentage makes the biggest impact, and they also are usually the ones who have the resources to get there. So I think that could be an important consideration. And I really struggle with average gains. And so what I would also advocate is similar to what is happening in ozone. Maybe there's an industry standard where we don't use more total water than we use in a certain benchmark year in total. Maybe that's 2023, maybe that's 2024. Because ultimately, I don't want to see more water being used. I want to see less water being pulled, fresh water, than we currently being used today, and making sure that that's where we get to. So just wanted to throw that out there, that I think that and especially when we're talking about caps, because isn't that the whole point? That we're combining all these things together. There's a long-term plan here. It's the tour we went and visited and why it was successful. We have a number of them coming on. Those will be the largest users of water coming up in the near future. And I think that they should have a higher requirement.
Thank you, Harmony, Health Dalton Director. As far as some of the data requests, we're going to have to use the data that we have so far. And we'll have to refine that data as we get more data. I do think that your conversation about caps is important to recognize that all of my recommendations are based on not oil and gas development plans. So the numbers are really focused on those oil and gas development plans. The comprehensive area plans, you're correct that that's probably, and I didn't mention it in the presentation, I haven't mentioned it in the paper, but because those are, we'll say, more regional and more regional opportunities exist, it's something worth exploring, because I have not done that, and I believe we use the same numbers. As far as averaging, I just did that for simplicity's sake, and this is a simplistic scenario that I used.
Thanks, Director Dalton. I'm gonna jump straight into deliberations here, Rick. So give me just a second to frame the deliberations, because it's going to be hard now to distinguish between questions for hope on the deck from the document and deliberations. So we have a recommendation from Director Dalton that recommendation was developed, as I indicated before, from data and deliberation and information that was associated with all the different reports we've done to date. That recommendation was also done with individual consultation with consortium members multiple times by Director Dalton, as well as deliberations that we've had as a consortium over the last few months. To frame kind of what's going to happen over the next few hours here, we have to get to a recommendation today. And the requirement for ECMC to complete a rulemaking by the end of the year is predicated on us being able to give ECMC a recommendation today. And so while there may be lots of interesting and realistic and good ideas that folks have about how things could be done, we have today to develop that recommendation. So now we have multiple years of work ahead of us as far as the consortium goes. And within those multiple years, we have opportunities to dive deep into many different topics and really flesh out, innovative and unique ideas and provide recommendations at our will to multiple agencies, to the legislature. And so I want to just acknowledge that we will continue to have opportunities to be innovative, to be forward-thinking, to dive deep into some of the things that I know a lot of people are continuing to think about. But today, we have to get a recommendation to ECMC by the end of the day. And so I'd like that to be just the backstop of what we're thinking about today. And that doesn't mean that that ideas shouldn't be shared and thoughts shouldn't be shared. And I'm not trying to railroad anyone's thoughts or ideas. I'm really not. I'm just being realistic about what we have to accomplish here today, and acknowledging that the work will not be done today. The work will not be done this year. The work will not be done in 2028. This consortium, at a minimum, will be in existence until 2030, and there will be a lot of work this consortium will accomplish over the years. I would like us to start the train moving forward to reuse, recycling, oil and gas operations in the state. I think we as a consortium would like to see that. I think the state of Colorado would like to see that, and we're frankly directed by statute to do that. And so, I think that that's how I would frame the conversation. I think we have a framework in front of us here. I think some people have ideas on modifying the framework, and I'm not stopping anyone's ideas. I want to hear ideas, thoughts, and considerations that we need to have here. But we have to get to a recommendation at the end of the day. And so with that, I'll open it up to whatever deliberations or what I would like to do is that if we have a particular, our primary piece here is percentages and timelines. So really would like to focus on that. But then before we even get to percentages and timelines, I do know that some people have different ideas about whether they should apply to every OGDP, every new OGDP, irregardless of where it is in the state, the same, or whether it should be different for OGDPs that are being applied for in different phases. And so we probably need to sort that out first before we dive into the targets. I'm still acknowledging that before we took the break, Commissioner Pinter had brought up a topic that she would like to discuss, and I would like to revisit that topic. I would like to get to the topic of the percentages once we decide whether we're going to go statewide, basin specific. I think Director Dalton has presented a very compelling argument for a statewide approach that would be implementable in a time frame that is quicker than some of the other ones. But I think that we should have that discussion first, and then whatever other topics we want to have discussions on, we'll have at whatever. But when we down here today, 3 o'clock, we have to have a recommendation. So with that, I'm opening it up. Mike Freeman is. I think Rick, Rick, sorry.
Thank you, Commissioner Rick McCarty with Select Water. With regard to the dips, I think about that term. Is it not possible to put an exemption availability into the OGD, that a small operator could come in and make an argument as to here's why we cannot hit this percentage of recycle. We do not have the water. We do not have access to available water in this area.
Yeah, I think there's if we can't do that as a consortium, but the commission could do that, ECMC commission during the rulemaking, and it could be an off-ramp that has a consideration, it could be a variance. I mean, there's mechanisms for that. If we want to go down that road as a recommendation from the consortium, my suggestion would be that we present a concept and let ECMC develop the implementation of that. But if that's a consideration, like Hope has included a number of considerations at the end of this recommendation that she created that aren't direct responses to the legislative directive, but are things that the consortium may ask the commission to consider, then I think that could be if the consortium determines that's the case. Melita? Michael?
Thanks, Mike Freeman. So I have a couple of proposed changes to the recommendations. One of them is along the lines of what Barbara was saying with regard to the timeline, but given your suggestion, Chair Messer, that we start with the statewide versus basin specific, I'm generally okay with the statewide approach with the exception of the peons. And I think I would just propose that we make 2 changes to it. First, carve out the peons and set a threshold that's more reflective of what's already happening there. So maybe 90%. That wouldn't have to increase over the different dates, but I think legally, our task is to make recommendations for increasing the amount of recycled water being used and then reducing the fresh water. And I think a proposal that tells operators they can go down to basically no recycled water in the peons, given what they're doing now, is directly contrary to what the legislature's told us to do. And so I would suggest we just set it at, something like 90% that reflects what's happening there, but not necessarily require increases over time. And then the second suggestion I'd like to make is because there are areas to the west and south there, like the Axial Basin and the Douglas Creek Arch, if we could, where they're also recycling really high level or using really high levels of recycled water, I'd suggest we define the definition of the peons to include those areas so that essentially the areas where operators are already using 90, 85, 90%, 95% recycled water, we set the targets based on that, but not necessarily require increases over time. And I think certainly there are going to be implementation issues or challenges reaching that. The DIC ban is one of them. I think new operators who want to start operating in the peons may have, that's another issue we need to address. I think that one could probably be dealt with through water sharing agreements, or, you can easily imagine a regulation that says, operators need to be, say, 90%, but if an operator actually is using 95% recyclable water, that operator could bank the 5% and sell it to other operators to make up the difference, so you get the aggregate benefit of it. And I think that would go to one of Hope's recommendations to encourage operators to go above and beyond and give them an incentive to sort of go above the target, because then they could use it to address operators who may be in a more challenging situation. So thanks.
Thanks, Mike. Nicolina?
I want to comment on what Michael just said to Nicolina Pollock with the San Juan Basin. I do have a recommendation in regards to those that are already, we discussed this at the last meeting, but evidence of breached benchmarks. So I wouldn't go as far as what Michael's saying is that the Piceance or San Juan that's already at 95% has to go above and beyond that. I think that there should be a lesser impact exemption. So I do want to put that in the recommendations, which I've noted to Hope prior to this meeting. And then just some additional thoughts in the recommendations is that we promote, pilot projects within the basins that are not necessarily have been thought of or technical but give us opportunities or a thought process, to deliberate about that at the ECMC level with coordination with CDPHE. But I feel like if you're already meeting the benchmarks, the legislation did not indicate how or why or where. It just said increase the use of recycled, decrease the use of fresh water. So I feel like the basins that are already meeting it have invested in those projects, and that should be considered. I'll keep thinking about it.
Thanks, Nicolina. I appreciate it.
Commissioner, I had one just clarifying point, if I could. So, Nicolina, just to be clear, I'm actually not proposing that we depart from the statewide standard in San Juan. I'm only talking about the Piceance and those areas just to the west of the Piceance. I think in terms of the volume we're talking about, our hope, I think what I'm focused on is where are the areas where the most water is being used. And if those areas are ones where there's already a high level of recycling, is key. The San Juan Basin, I think, given the water volume there, I'm not proposing that we go beyond what the DJ level.
Nicolina, do you have a response to that, or go ahead if you do?
Nicolina Pollock, I'm just saying that if, regardless of the basin, if they've met the benchmarks, that should be recognized, whether it's the Piceance or San Juan or anywhere. Just that it should be recognized that the benchmark has been met.
So right now we're talking about whether there should be a statewide approach as highlighted in Director Dalton's recommendation, or whether there should be some other consideration. Freeman has suggested some consideration for a different target Piceance Basin and redefining what the Piceance Basin is. So let's take thoughts and consideration on the proposal that Mike Freeman has put forward. Well, Irene, Mark, we'll start with those two.
Irene Andrus, regarding the statewide versus the basin-wide. We don't have a lot of data, and I'm great with the idea of what has been proposed here by Hope. I think it's excellent for the first year. But once we gather more data, I think we want to put in here that this can be an iterative process. And as we get more data, we may analyze it and determine actually there's a better way of approaching it. So I'm great with statewide for the first year, but maybe after we have more data to leave it open, that we can possibly do it a different way.
That's great, Irene. Thank you. Mark?
Thank you, Mark Hefta. Just I'm supportive of the statewide approach as well. On the Piceance, I guess my concern there is they're doing a great job recycling. But we got to remember that's all pretty much overlaid with the DIC area. So you're trying to like bank water. Well, we can't build any centralized storage facilities. So like trying to get to that next step, like for new operators that might be coming in the area that don't have that existing infrastructure. I think very challenging if possible.
Jeff?
Thank you, Chair Mesner, and Jeff Kirtland with the PMs. This is a really good discussion, and you know, generally, and I'll remind everybody, there was an earlier version of this legislation where there was language that specifically called out the peons for the work that we have done. That was taken out of the legislation from a draft, but I commend those that really recognized that in the initial drafting of that legislation. I think that was really good. I was sad to see that it had been struck. However, you know, given the fact that there is a operational difference between what peons does and what the rest of it does, you know, generally we are supportive of at least having some carve out that does recognize the work and the targets that we meet. And you know, I think there's more discussion in terms of how we do that. Just getting to the actual rule, you know, the water plans currently, I think it's very simple where, you know, an operator has to ensure that they're achieving, and I don't think it's 90%. I think an average of 85% is probably more realistic. And I would say that we really need to make it be specific to completions volumes, not including drilling volumes. I think that's a nuanced piece that really needs to be understood. But I think generally a recognition about what the peons is doing is really important. You know, I'm representing obviously my members. You know, I think statewide it makes sense as has been recommended here. I do like the concept of the lesser impact exemption or some off ramp to Mark's point just a few minutes ago with respect to new operations and new operators. But I also think that there's innovation and again, whether it's through the lesser impact or some variance or some ability to, and we already do water shares. You know, that is something that we're already doing in the peon space. There's a model for that. Now, I think specific to this rulemaking, there may be opportunities, and I think this is really the suggestion that I would make, is I think there needs to be clarity in the rules with respect to how water sharing is done. There needs to be some improvements there, and maybe that goes to the point that Harmony made a little bit ago in terms of really defining recycled produced water. I mean, I know there's reasons why we may not want to necessarily have a standalone definition for that, but some ability to make it much more palatable and easier for operators to do that. And maybe that's a timing issue more than anything. So those are just my initial thoughts from the peon's perspective. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Harmony or Barbara Michelina?
Harmony Cummings. I'm curious what the water requirement difference is between drilling and completions.
Operator, want to answer that?
I think there's, and I'll just state this, Jeff Kirtland, sorry, with Peons Basin. There's a point at which, and I think this was discussed several meetings ago, there is freshwater usage that's counted in the drilling numbers that, let's just call it what it is, it's a non-negotiable. We have to use fresh water for environmental protection reasons when we're drilling for surface casings in the wells. So I don't want to suggest that we ignore that. That has to be accounted for in a way that's protective of health, safety, welfare of the environment. But to count that against, especially in the peons when we're talking about high numbers and an expectation with respect to meeting those high numbers, especially for new operations, if you have
freshwater usage that's required for dust mitigation, for drilling, surface casing, and other protective measures. I just think we need to be very honest about the fact that is necessary and needs to continue to be a requirement and expected in protecting, what we're doing for the environment. So you can't count that. You can't count that, but it needs to be acknowledged. So that's really the point I wanted to make. I hope that answers your question.
20%, 50% of the total water.
It's a very small percentage.
That's not.
It's 10 like 10 or less. Yeah, it's a very small, and it sort of depends on a lot of factors with respect to lengths of wells, that kind of thing.
Perfect. And that led into I understand that the need for that is because of structural safety, whatnot. But then my follow-up question becomes, if in the peons they're already at 85%, then even our long-term goals of 50%, isn't the peons already there? And then is this kind of a mute point because every OGP or plan that would come through is already meeting the requirement?
So from my perspective, I think two things. And again, this is my opinion. I hear what you're saying. I think the answer is yes. I don't want to share my opinion over anyone else's. So let Barbara hear from Barbara.
Pass the torch. Thank you very much, Chair Messner. I just wanted to agree with the concept that Hope has put so much time into in terms of a statewide. But we want to make sure that they're meaningful, and I want to agree with the peons' comments that we need to create separate targets for OGDPs coming from areas in the state where there's high reuse and recycling. And so I'm a yes but or a yes and, yes statewide and carve out for those areas that are doing much more. And I want to read something, if not all of you have read through QB's public comment. One paragraph, QB is concerned that the recommendations do not go far enough to acknowledge and incentivize those already exceeding produced water recycling targets, while not holding those responsible that are not meeting said targets. Taking the statewide approach does not seem to offer enough motivation to drive change in areas where there are severe operational challenges and surface use conflicts. So you have another voice saying, yes, we need to create higher targets for those areas that are already doing way beyond what our statewide would be. So thank you.
Thanks, Barbara. Go ahead, Mark. No. Oh,
I was making a physical joke. Sorry.
Oh, that's right. I read that a little differently. Yeah, and so I think that they acknowledge that it maybe doesn't go far enough, but I read it from an incentive standpoint, like operators that are doing that should be incentivized to continue to hit those high targets, but also some acknowledgement that maybe the targets that are developed at a statewide level may not be at the adequate level for the peons basin. But I think that there was an intent there, and I think it is actually a good idea to incentivize operators to continue to recycle at very high levels, in addition to having requirements for minimum levels. And I really like that idea. But I also want to go back to what I initially had stated, is that I think that we have a lot of considerations in each of the basins that are really different. In the Raton Basin, there's significant recompletions that are happening. And most of them are nitrogen foam recompletions, but there's significant, I guess, opportunity for recompletions in the Raton Basin that could use water. I think the same is true for the San Juan Basin, and even certain areas of the Piceance Basin. But I think each basin is really unique and specific and has a lot of considerations. And like, I would love to dive into each basin individually and spend 3 or 4 months on each basin to really figure out how to develop basin-wide targets specificity over the next year or so to help develop those recommendations rather than shoot from the hip here today to try to develop those types of things, because I feel like if we're going to go down this route of requiring a higher number for the peons, especially if we're going to start requiring 85 or plus percent, I'm scared to death of the unintended consequences. The amount of truck traffic and movement of produced water through high priority habitats, perhaps even the development of new access roads that fracture a habitat, wildlife habitat, those things give me significant pause. And so, I've got some, I'm worried about that. So I'll just leave it at that. So, Chloel, Mike, go ahead.
Chloel Danforth, I also have heartache around shooting from the hip. To the point of being able to revisit how these required or proposed increases may be creating unintended consequences. How are we going to track that? How do we track unintended consequences, and how do we even define that? I know, right? Okay, sorry everybody, but right. So thinking through these sorts of things, are we talking about all the things we have to consider, including increased ozone precursors from storing produced water in different ways, or these unvented or these high pressure tank with how are we tracking those sorts of emissions? How are we tracking infrastructure impacts? How are we, all of these things, along with these recommendations, recognizing that we want to revisit these numbers, given information on unintended consequences. How do we track that?
I think it's a great question. I want to go a little further on that, but I want to let Mike speak.
And I'd like to just respond to your points. I mean, I think the concern I have is what a statewide approach effectively does is take an area like, and let me be clear, I completely agree with you that I think given our time frame, it would be way too complicated to try to do this on for every single basin, because there are too many different circumstances around the state. But picking the two areas where the water use is greatest, I mean, between the larger peons I'm talking about, the DJ, that's 99% of the water use. So that's just about everything. And I think the conditions there are different enough that I really am comfortable with saying the same standard is going to apply in the peons as it applies in the DJ. In other words, you would be taking a place where, yes, there will be difficult situations. There will be wildcat wells that maybe operators want to drill far away from the existing infrastructure. But you're taking, right now, the overwhelming majority of development there is being done with recycled water, with the infrastructure that's there. And I'm really uncomfortable with saying we're going to stop requiring that altogether and let operators for new development just not recycle virtually any of their water. And I think that would be taking these recommendations in the opposite direction where we're trying to go. And I think the fact is that there are ways to address the issues you're concerned about, rather than going all the way to just don't do anything.
Well, Mike, let me ask you a question. Right now, they're not required to recycle anything.
Right, and they made the investment, and I think the lack of requirement is what you are seeing in the DJ. But
my point is, they're not required to recycle right now, but yet they're recycling 85% plus.
Right.
And so, what would stop them from continuing to recycle at the levels they are now by requiring 5% instead of 0%?
Well, let me turn the question around. If they would do it voluntarily anyway, what's the concern about requirement? I think what we're talking about are the operator that wouldn't recycle unless it was required. Or if there's development going in new areas, there needs to be an expectation that there are meaningful targets that will be met. And if the operator wants to go into a place where it's doesn't make economic sense to use a lot of recycled water. It's up to them to work out a water sharing agreement or some other credit with the operators who are doing recycling in order to achieve the basin-wide levels that we're talking about.
Jeff? Oh, sorry, Commissioner.
So a few of us are getting hangry. So I'd like to propose that we have lunch now.
You want to let Emma ask the question?
I don't know. I'm a hangry person, so I'm going to hand it over to Chair Messner.
That's fine. We can take a lunch break. Are we doing working lunch or are we going through? Let's take 20 minutes, and inevitably it'll be 30 minutes. So let's plan on being back here at 12. Okay, all right. (2024). So we are continuing to work on discussions, deliberations on the recommendations to ECMC produced water rulemaking that we're going to complete by the end of today. I think we left at some lunch, debating a couple of topics. I acknowledge that Commissioner Pitcher had her hand up right before lunch, so I'll call on her in just a second. But I don't know where Mike went. There he is. There's a kind of a proposal that's on the table right now around carving out the peons and some additional areas for additional consideration beyond a statewide approach for individual new OGDPs and comprehensive area plan applications for reuse and recycling targets. There's been some good discussion on this. I'd like to kind of finish this discussion here soon, and then move on with some other points that we're going to have to get through. And so, with that, I'll hand it over to Commissioner Pinter if she is still with us. Commissioner Pinter? She may have not returned from lunch yet. So, who else? Jeff? All right.
Thank you, Commissioner, and Jeff Kirkland, and just two, I think, clarifying points. I think one, there was some discussion about the comment that was made by the QB operator, and I think really the differentiational comment there between a statewide versus a basin rule was, I think, to really stress that because the peons are so prolific in their recycling, this commenter did not want to, didn't want that to take away from what the requirements need to be in the DJ specifically. So that's a clarification, just to make sure that we go that point out. I think the second thing is with respect to this differentiation, or rather the setting peons aside, again,
the work that's done out there, and I think the expectations that are out there. First of all, we know through the data that it is the most prolific produced water. Okay, so incentivizing operators to use that resources in lieu of fresh water is really the goal of this consortium. So acknowledging why that's different in the peanuts is important. And again, going back to incentivizing through water share, through some ability, I think is necessary. But when we talk about setting a goal, that's really a status quo for operators that have that ability. For operators that don't have that ability, there needs to be some transitional expectation on how to get to that goal over time. You know, a new operator, just to be clear, may not have the ability to meet an 85%, let's just call it for the purposes of an 85% target in the peons, you know, day one on this rule. So how do we get there? By incentivizing and encouraging that recycling is really critical to some carve out related to the peons. Again, recognizing that there's a prolific amount of produced water that's being managed and injected, and so I guess that's my clarifying comment.
Thanks, Jeff. Commissioner Fincher?
Yes, thank you. And I apologize for missing the start. I calculated out 30 minutes and must have missed you by a couple. So I wanted to just refresh the question that I asked earlier in the morning that sort of dovetails on the comment that was being made just prior to me speaking. The how matters. I think we all agree on the goals, and the how matters. And so in looking at everything we're working on, how we encourage increased produced water is going to matter. And there has to be some encouragement that as we do it, especially in areas that are disproportionately impacted communities that won't have the option of having a centralized water treatment plant and may not have access to pipelines, how the water is recycled or produced is going to matter. And if that ends up being a distributed network of systems that are run on diesel generators, then we are creating ancillary problems for a local community with NOx and noise emissions. So just want to re-raise that question that the unintended consequences, in addition to potentially increased truck traffic, which has all of those associated challenges for a community, both natural as well as human. There are some other concerns as well in how the water is produced, especially in a distributed way where it will be less efficient.
Thanks, Commissioner. I think it's a good point. I do want to note, and I think this is helpful to the point that you're bringing up, that, and I'm not looking at the statute, so I'm not going to quote it exactly right, but it does indicate in the statute that ECMC at least has to proliferate these produced water rules without increasing emissions. And so that's a good safeguard that's in there for at least, I think, some concerns around emissions. That doesn't address other unintended consequences that potentially could occur if we're not, you know, thinking through these things. But I do appreciate that the legislation includes that piece around emissions. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I just don't see that called out in the PowerPoints or documents that we are looking at today. And I understand why that's in there. And I really appreciate that as a fence post or a guideline, whatever phrase we want to use. But if we don't keep that in mind in how we are encouraging distributed production of water or inadvertent creation of truck traffic, then we will accidentally create a framework that is in conflict with itself.
So again, maybe let's get to a decision here on this particular topic. So we've got, I think, a couple of different thoughts here. We've got, I think, the thought that that Mike has brought up, which is to develop the carve out for the peons and some additional areas to create a different set of targets for that today. And I think that, sorry.
I have an additional proposal.
Okay. And then another proposal is to keep the statewide targets, but acknowledge that there is basin-specific targets that could and perhaps should be developed over time, and to take the next year to develop those recommendations with more informed data, conversation, and decision making around that. And then the third option, which is,
Well, it was your second option, but just adding that we would come back to the commission next year with those recommendations for oil and gas specific or basin specific recommendations, and we would track the unintended consequences and better refine those numbers based on what Commissioner Penter is expressing.
and I think identifying those concerns Commissioner Penter brought up, as well as others in the consortium, in this recommendation. But, go ahead, Mike.
So I think that's a really valuable concept to say, well, whether in some form or fashion, we'll come back to them with more information and updated recommendation in coming years. Question I've got with that is they're under a statutory obligation to have a rulemaking in December. I don't think there's any requirement that for them to act on any future recommendations, for example, to increase the threshold. If we set it low now, I don't know, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's no mandate for them to act on it if later data shows that, in fact, it's more than feasible to hit some of the higher targets. So my suggestion, I think this is a really good way of thinking about the problem or the issue, is what if we set the target higher? And I think if we come back to them in a year and the data shows there's concerns, we need to get legislative amendments to address the DI issue. I think it'll be the path towards refining these will be a lot cleaner and clearer if we're refining them down than if we're trying to refine them up.
So, I mean, that's another proposal. ECMC is under no obligation to undertake a rulemaking based on recommendations from the consortium, except for in this December rulemaking. At the same time, I think ECMC acknowledges and understands the work that the consortium is doing, and I mean, this is a proposal, but it seems unlikely that they wouldn't take into consideration recommendations made by the consortium in future, particularly with the understanding that the consortium is tasked legislatively with reviewing these numbers annually and making adjustments or recommendations to the commission, which, and then the target audience for this consortium is not only ECMC, but the legislators and other agencies as well. And so I think that there's bigger concepts and conversations around produced water that this consortium will be working on. And I also think that the targets that were developed by Director Dalton from the statewide perspective were based on the data that was developed and the reports that were developed leading up to this. I guess arbitrarily higher numbers with the intent of bringing them down. I'm not sure it's supported by the data, but I don't know. You could have a different opinion.
I'm going on what they're doing now, which says they're recycling 90+%. And my thought is, as you know, is probably better than anyone in the room, the ECMC has a lot on its plate besides this issue and tons of things that they'll need to address. And my concern is, if we aim low here, with a really low percentage for peons, that there's no guarantee that we'll be able to refine it up and push operators to go higher if the data shows that it's totally feasible to do it and to do it in a way that protects other resources. I think the reverse is much less true. If there's an issue and we come back to them and say, look, we can do this in a way that's more accommodating to operators and requires a lower percentage, that'll be a much easier thing to get done than to set the floor higher in the future. Because I think it's just a question of triaging numerous priorities and limited ECMC commissioner resources in the future.
Rick? So I would put forward the concept that, particularly in the peons, sector as the department, if the operators that are not currently required to recycle water, and yet they're recycling at 90%, there's a reason for that. Generally, it has to speak to economics and logistics. It's much easier and possibly cheaper for them to reuse the produced water than to dispose of it and access fresh water. If we go in and tell them you have to use 5% produced water in your completions, they're not going to change what they're doing today. They're going to continue to use 90+%. Whatever makes the best economic sense for those operators is what they're going to do. Jeff?
Thanks, Jeff Gerlin, and I concur. I mean, I think that's a realization that's important to recognize. And regardless of sort of where the target discussion is, again, the incentive, the rule, again, thinking about what are we going to give to ECMC today relative to the peons, it's how do we make it easier and quicker and better for new operations to be able to meet a goal, whatever that is, in sharing water and using recycled water. And it's all predicated around what Rick just said. It's a matter of economics and feasibility and logistics to be able to do that. So recognizing that, I think, is very important.
So I'll go first, and I'm going to make two contradictory statements. One, to support what Michael was saying about, how do we thread this to encourage recycling? I mean, to Rick's point, it aligns now, but what happens when the economics change? To contradict that, if we do not follow the data and we require too much recycling, if you will, we do run afoul of this potential consequences thing. So I really want to emphasize, we need to follow the data, make sure whatever comes out of this is supported by that, and to make it sort of robust enough or intentional enough to anticipate future economic upset events. I'm not quite sure how to say that, but I think my meaning is clear.
So I think we need to make a decision here. And so we got, I think, the concept that Mike has brought up, and the concept that I think I've elaborated and the folks replying for me. But I think we need to at least make a decision, and so I guess the best way to do this is straw poll, see where folks are at, see which way they want to go, and then move forward with this, not discounting ideas again, because I think that they're both good ideas and they both work, and so with respect, I think we need to figure out where we're at here. So, go ahead.
This is Barbara Vasquez. Quick point of clarification. The question and the answer that went back and forth between you and Mike Freeman about the certainty that ECMC would seriously consider future recommendations plays strongly into this structure that we're going to iteratively readdress the targets and adjust them as the data supports. So you are the representative of ECMC. We're depending on that goodwill that they would actually consider our future recommendations. And just love to hear one more comment from you that that's going to happen, because it really impacts what we're doing here and spending our time in these chairs to try and elaborate.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I am a commissioner on a 5-commissioner board. I cannot predict where my other commissioners are going to land on any decision. And so I can't give you that certainty. But what I can say is in the legislation, it contemplates and in fact directs this consortium to review the numbers that ECMC ultimately will adopt in the specific rulemaking on an annual basis and make revision recommendations as necessary. So to me, the statute acknowledges that we may make additional revisions and recommendations to the commission, and I think it's fair to interpret that the legislation would acknowledge that the commission would take those into consideration and rulemaking. The commissioners are able to undertake a rulemaking on its own motion, take a majority of commissioners on any topic at any time within many bounds, right? Generally speaking. And so I think the likelihood that the commission would consider taking action on a recommendation from the consortium is pretty high. But I can give you it's impossible for me to give you that absolute. I know that's pretty. Question, sorry.
McLean Pollock, yes, Commissioner Messner. I was going to reiterate that, but also you could put a recommendation for the ECMC to, dictate to revisit and review data and consult back with the consortium, back to the commission on it too. You can make that recommendation to the consortium or to the commission.
We could include that.
Yes, include it as a recommendation.
No question.
But yes, you're correct too. And that would just be another level, Barbara, for a recommendation.
Can I, let me just add a little bit, and maybe a little bit of context for why I raised this concern. I completely agree with your point that it's in the legislation that the commission would take seriously a recommendation from us to adjust the standards in the future. The concern I have is I've seen many rulemakings before the commission over the years, and what has happened again and again is the commission will, when there's a proposal to address a new issue, expand regulation to an issue where they recognize that there's a concern. Reclamation is a good example. Cumulative impacts for years was an important example. The commission recognized there's a need. They said, in some formal statements, including statements of basis and purpose, that we are not going to address this now. We're going to revisit it in 18 months, 24 months, and come back and do it. Almost with that exception, that hasn't happened. That just because of the amount of work and priorities the commission has, those kind of commitments or those kinds of intentions have not happened in the past or been realized, and so that's why I'm advocating we try and make the most of these recommendations, because this is where the rubber will hit the road, and I don't think we can assume that if we set an easier target, a lower target, that is necessarily going to be ramped up in the future. Which is why I think we should set the target high, and then recognize this is an iterative process. But if it proves that there are unintended consequences, or that there's other better ways to do it, we can revisit it. And I think there'll be a lot more consensus around adjusting those targets if we start from a high level here.
So I hear you. kind of hard to reverse an unintended consequence. But I understand your point. So, Tracy.
Thanks, Commissioner Mesner. I just thought it might be worth thinking a little bit more about the variance option that was mentioned earlier. I've seen the Groundwater Commission, they have rules that allow a variance from the strict compliance with what those rules say for certain, reasons. And I guess I hear us talking and Mike talking really about like setting pretty, I guess, aggressive targets, and also other people being concerned about, we don't know what conditions might be in the future, or smaller producers, various different things that might make it difficult to achieve those targets. But, then with that, maybe it is reasonable to include in our recommendations that ECMC consider including a variance to the targets based on some enumerated reasons that we could suggest at this time. That might be changes in the economics of oil and gas, a reduction in the amount of produced water available for recycling. Those might be things where an operator could request a variance. They could explain, we'd like the variance from the target because of these things that are listed under your variance rule. And then the commission can consider if they want to grant that variance. So I guess I just want to put that out there as a factor that can be done in rules of variance. But I do think it helps to suggest some criteria that should be considered for granting the variance, not just it's hard for a commission when there's not a lot of guidance in a variance. If it's sort of just, you can grant a variance for a reasonable request, it's really hard for a commission to, I think, decide what is reasonable. But if you give some guidance as to what might be considered under a variance, I've seen that be helpful for the Groundwater Commission. So that's all I have.
Thanks, Tracy. I think that's a good consideration. I will note that there is a variance process in the rules currently that has 5 specific criteria that an applicant would need to meet in order to be granted that variance, and that variance can be applied for variance from any rule of the ECMC. But I like the idea of having some criteria specific to produced water. For me, that would be not to be determined today, but at some point in the future, because I don't think we have enough time to work through those specifics, or there could be a recommendation for the commission to consider a variance or an exception within the rulemaking with some contemplation of what that may entail, and allow ECMC in their rulemaking to develop what that may be. But I hear you with the concept. I would like to get back to like trying to figure out whether we're doing the Pions Basin piece or the statewide piece, and try to move forward from that, because we do think we need to move forward and start making some additional progress on some other steps. So, do people understand the 2 different options well enough to be able to do a straw poll at this point?
Can you summarize it?
Okay, and Mike, if I'm not summarizing your position correctly. So my understanding of Mike's position on this one is to do what's being contemplated in the director's, in the staff recommendation here, for everything except for the Pions Basin and some additional areas around that yet to be defined. Then that within that particular area, there would be, I'm not sure where you landed, are we at 85%? 85% required for all new operations. And so this is new operations. You know, within that particular area. That it?
Oh, yeah, 85%, and that would be steady over the course that I'm talking about, so we would be able to require increase in gallons.
So static between now and 2038.
Mike, sorry, yeah, no, just one line. The only clarification I had is, in contrast to the rest of the state, the 85% would not be ratcheted up over time. It would remain that through 2038. Yeah.
And so then the other concept that we had proposed is to go with a statewide approach, something similar structurally. I'm not saying the percentages are exactly right, but structurally to what you're seeing in Director Dalton's recommendation. It's here with the anticipation over the next year to evaluate each basin in the state and look at whether or not there should be more basin-specific targets for those particular basins, while also evaluating the unintended consequences or the impacts associated with those, as well as the hurdles and opportunities, and then make recommendations to ECMC based on whatever research and evaluation and discussion this consortium has over the next year. And it may be that it takes more time, like maybe we start with the Piceance Basin. That may take more than 3 months. It may take 4 months to do the research and evaluation and the conversations necessary to define that target if necessary, and make that recommendation and then start working through each of the basins, but taking the time to really dive deep into each basin so that we're fully evaluating the benefits, impacts, and opportunities available for each of those. So that's my thought. Mike, you have your hand up. Oh, sorry, Irene.
Just want, Irene, I just want to know if for option 2, if we want to go back to what Nicolina said earlier and a discussion we had in a previous one of our meetings, and say we're actually doing a pilot in each of those basins to determine what is the best approach.
I think everything's on the table. If that's our, I mean, if we're going to take the time to do a deep dive, I think everything's on the table for that deep dive, right? I mean, in my thought.
Yeah, if I could, Mike Freeman again, I think I'd like to amend my proposal slightly because I think the second part of what you described has a lot of value either way. So I would say set it, statewide according to the draft recommendations with 85% steady in Piceance, expanded Piceance, but that over the next year we go through the basin by basin review you're talking about and come back with refinements to this as appropriate at that point too.
Rick? First, I'm in favor of going with statewide without carving out any basins right now. I don't think it's fair to carve out the Piceance with its own special rule without evaluating all the other basins separately to see how they apply. With regards to the percentage, here's an industry thought. We've been through this before. When we hear the thought, I'm not making jest to your comments, but when we hear the comment that we're going to really go with aggressive goals and we're going to put compliance teeth with them, but if you don't meet them, don't worry, we're going to revolve them back down a year later. We get very leery of that. I would much more be in favor of here's going to be a goal that we need to see to be making progress. And oh, by the way, if you're an aggressive operator that's going above and beyond, we're going to figure out an incentive program to encourage that.
So, again, everyone understand that the 2 different options, and go ahead.
One more question. This is Barbara Vasquez again. I just want to make sure that when we're doing the vote between Mike's proposal and the basin, statewide, that there will be language in this document that indicates that intention to go back over the next year, reviewing basins in order of their volume of water use and their percent recycling for setting basin-wide goals. And I think that's a great compromise that allows us, with the assumption ECMC will act on recommendations, at least to consider them, that we get both of the proposals by the end of next year.
Thanks, Barbara. And thanks for bringing that up. Yes, it has to be in this recommendation. We have to acknowledge to ECMC, in my opinion, that this is exactly what we intend to do, and this is what they can expect.
Because of the
without it,
data,
yeah,
right?
correct.
This is the big deal. That's the limitation.
Correct. With that, and if you people could help count. So we've got Mike's proposal. I don't have that again. So if you're in support of Mike's proposal, can you raise your hand? Okay, and then in
Hold on, I'm sorry. My proposal was the all.
A separate carve out for the Piceance Basin in addition to the statewide. So Piceance would have a different set of numbers than the rest of the basins in the state.
So statewide plus. Statewide plus.
Okay. Can you raise your hands again?
Okay, Mike's proposal.
Okay, you got that?
Wait, and this don't consider when we did online.
Yeah, and then can we, online, if you are supporting this one, can you raise your hand? Got it?
I get one more just to verify, because you know, data gaps.
Okay, and then the statewide proposal as lined out by Director Dalton in her recommendation with the addition of language in the recommendation that acknowledges that we'll take an in-depth basin-specific evaluation over the next year or so and make recommendations to ECMC.
I can't tell if that's a hand.
You raised my other hand.
Sorry, guys.
Voting fraud going on.
We have election interference.
I just want to say, Nikki, thank you so much for bringing joy to this meeting.
Wait, Emma's voting for it.
Yeah.
Emma, are you like Nikki and
voting
I'm just trying to vote. Y'all said raise your hand, and I'm cool with it, so I'm raising my hand.
All right, we're good. I think we've got direction for moving forward. Thank you, Mike, for bringing up innovative ideas. Really appreciate it, and everyone who's thought about this topic. And this concept should also be captured, that it was a conversation that we had in the recommendation, so that all the voices are captured in whatever we move forward with.
Commissioner Messner, may I repeat it just so I captured it correctly?
Of course.
So we're going to, and I suppose you could always change your mind later on, but as of right now, we're going to take a statewide approach and really mention that we're going to be coming back to the consortium, back to the commission with analysis of additional data in oil and gas specific basin-specific recommendations and including an evaluation of the unintended consequences. And we had a conversation about recognizing the good work of reuse and recycling in the peons and how we considered doing an oil and gas specific basin approach for the peons and the two other basins. Is that roughly, did I roughly capture?
Chloe?
Yes, and Chloe and Brett, I would just amend the assess unintended consequences with define measurable metrics to understand unintended consequences. Like, what are they and can we measure them?
Okay. Big step forward. The next piece is targets. So we've got right now in the recommendation from Director Dalton, by January 1st, 2026, a range of 3 to 5% recycled or reused produced water should be included in the water plan, blah, blah, blah. By January 1st, 2030, a range of 5 to 10%. By January 1st, 2034, a range of 10 to 20%. And by January 1st, 2038, a range of 20 to 50%. This conversation, I know, will bring up topics that have been brought up by consortium members already. So whether that's the challenges with perhaps declining produced water volumes and or production and how that affects the ability to comply at some point in the future. We've got, I think, the unintended consequences of potential unintended consequences of being able to accomplish some of the higher numbers on this range in different parts of the state. I think we've got other topics that folks will bring up. I'd like to get this conversation going by what I said earlier. I have to come up with a specific percentage, so it can't be a range. And so for each of those, and then a specific date, which is identified here now, but is that the right date? And I think Director Dalton's explained how she came up with the date range and how she came up with the percentages in her proposal here. And so I'll open up the floor for conversation on this topic. Yes.
Tessa Swenson, quick clarification question. What is the earliest that ECMC's rules could be adopted in 2025?
90 days. 90 days.
Thanks, Chair. This AG Davenport. It depends on exactly when the ECMC Commission adopts those rules, but generally it's about 6 weeks after adoption that the rules become effective. So assuming that they're adopted December 31st, 2024, they would be effective around the middle of February 2025.
Okay, so follow-up question. We're assuming that operators have about 10 months, right, to reduce or increase their recycling and reuse of produced water by, let's just ignore the upper limit there that we need to get rid of 3%, the maximum we put up on there. So question for the industry representatives, is that possible?
Go ahead, Mark.
Hey, thanks, Mark. I had another comment, but I'll hold that for a little later. Yeah, that's going to be a definite challenge. You know, I do recognize that there's some time gap between submittal of the GDP and the actual development, so that gives you a little extra time. But especially if you're talking the higher end of that that initial range, I think it's a definite challenge to implement in DJ, just given the water volume, the lack of gathering, lack of infrastructure, and all that. So that is a huge concern. I think we look back on that chart. I think what was our maximum was in 22, was at 2%. So you're talking doubling or more what our best year was in about a year's time. So definitely a challenge.
To that, and I'm going to get to you, Mike. Can I ask as a timeline question, Kyle? Because the way that I understand this as it's proposed here, irregardless of the percentage, if the rule indicates by January 1st, 2026, in your interpretation, would that mean any OGDP submitted after that date would be required to meet that target? Or if there were OGDPs in the pipeline before that may not get approved until after January 1st, 2026, would this apply to them? To the pipeline?
If you, in a hypothetical where the commissioner on ECMC asked me that question, my recommendation would be you should be more specific about how to apply this, because it is not just taking the words that are up on the screen right now. It's not clear what that date means exactly, and I think arguably, depending on what perspective you were coming from, you could argue it in a couple of different ways that may be beneficial to whatever perspective you're coming from. If you didn't want that range to apply, just taking the words that are up on the screen right now, it potentially gives you, I think, so it only applies to applications filed after that date. I'd recommend some greater specificity to figure out exactly what you want that date to apply to. Because the general rule under the APA is whatever rules are in effect at the time an application is filed is what applies to that application, no matter when the agency makes a final decision on that application.
No, I appreciate that. So what I interpret that to say is, depending on what this consortium intends, if we want it to apply to applications submitted after January 1st, realistically, that timeline for compliance in actual drilling and completion operations probably wouldn't, like those operations probably wouldn't occur until 2027, 2028, or 2029, understanding there's a 3-year expiration on the OGDP permit. So that would create a longer timeline if we did that. If we wanted it to apply before that or to applications in the pipeline, you'd shave off about a year as far as when an application it would occur. So to your point, Mark, while that feels tight conceptually, an application it may actually create more of a runway. Other thoughts? All right.
Harmony Cummings. I just want to say that as we noted in the beginning of this meeting, the consortium's already been in place for 1 year. That's already a second year out, and industry has known that this is coming. And so I definitely strongly advocate for a tighter timeline.
Other thoughts? Go ahead.
So procedural question following on Harmony's comments. So if this was written to mean that any OGDP that's in the pipeline has to comply once your rules are in place by, say, mid-February, if they've already submitted their OGDP, then they have to modify their water plan, correct? Okay. Just to be clear what we're saying, right?
Which has other challenges associated with it.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on where they're at in the process, right? So there's a point where an application has been deemed complete, which means that all of the elements of the application have been submitted. It's going through technical review, or it may even be scheduled for hearing. And so if you haven't applied to those applications, they basically have to start some portion of that application process over again.
But if you applied it to those that were, only those that were deemed incomplete
Submitted.
or submitted, yeah, thanks.
And the commission has to make specific findings in the rulemaking in determining when it would apply. So, so in particular, if we're going to have it apply to only things that have been deemed complete, or not, then we have to be specific steps that the commission will need to take during the rulemaking. So to Kyle's point, I think we have to be explicit as far as what our recommendation is and when we want it to be applicable. Well, I'll ask another question here, Kyle. Could we make a recommendation that says any completions activities or any drilling and completions activities that happened after January 1st, 2026? Wow, Go ahead, Rick. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, excuse me, Eric England. Our understanding of this presentation of timelines reflected that submittals of new OGDP applications or CAP applications on or after those proposed dates would be an effort to comply with those targets. And so we believe that is achievable because of the timeline that allows us to pivot to accomplish that. So at least on behalf of Oxy, not speaking specifically to the ranges of percentage, but an understanding of how soon this would be implemented, that January 2026 timeline with new applications, that gives us the time to prepare for and submit competent solutions.
Thanks, Eric. Go ahead, Rick.
So one comment I would make, and I agree, if the applications OGDPs come in after that date, then obviously industry would be prepared to go, we know we have to meet this, we have to put a water plant. But if we're talking about the ones that are in the pipeline now, and I understand the concept that, well, if they're approved, you've got a 3-year window to get active and all that. Operators may say, look, as soon as it's approved, the drilling rig's moved in, or we're gonna start building a pad or whatever that is. As long as it's in the variance clauses you talked about, that one of these that was in the pipeline, an operator should be able to go before the ECMC and say, look, there's no way we can make this because we do not have existing infrastructure. If we do, we're going to have to put 100 water trucks on the day in order to meet this. They ought to be able to come in and argue that for a variance and say, we'd like to extend that deadline to meet this goal to such and such date. Jeff?
Yeah, I'll just quickly add, with respect to, sorry, Jeff Gertland, I don't know what to be honest. With respect to the pending applications, even a conversation, side conversation here, a question, it's completeness and changes to an application do occur. There's lots of discussions. I don't think there's a precedent where a rule that has been passed or implemented now changes that in a way that doesn't allow for an operator to provide some ability to have that middle ground to bring a variance or some form of an approval through that. So, I think these timelines are understood from an industry perspective. I think it makes sense in terms of, and I'm not going to repeat what both Eric and Rick have said. I think that's been well stated. So, thank you.
Harmony? Sorry. Well, Harmony, then Barbara.
Harmony Cummings. Then what prevents a mad dash for OGDPs to be submitted in Q4 of 2025?
Nothing.
And that's what I foresee happening.
It's the same. The argument's been made since the mission change, right? And it hasn't happened, but I hear the argument because I actually just made that argument.
It's a good one.
Barbara Vasquez, there's nothing sacrosanct about January as a month for rules to go into effect. So how about a middle ground of looking at July? If you think it's likely but not guaranteed that the rules will be in effect by February 15th, maybe a little later, certainly OGDPs submitted by July should be compliant.
Thanks. Emma.
So we did.
I did put my hand down, but I was just going to say when we've had big changes like this, we have seen in Adams County a rush to permit prior to the rule changeover. So there is historical pattern for that, at least in our jurisdiction.
Thanks. So, sorry, Mike, go ahead.
Just a clarification question to Barbara's, or just Barbara's suggestion. If we set the date at July 2025, that would apply to all OGDPs filed after that date. And so would that mean that they have to meet the first tier then? So essentially be moving it from January 1st, 26 to July 25. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Tessa.
Thanks for looking disappointed that I had something to add, Joe.
At this point, at this point.
That's sort of, I sort of trying to say, the question about a mad dash, in my observation, as somebody who looks at these things frequently, is OGPs are not simple. They're extraordinarily complicated and robust. Hundreds and hundreds of pages of information from these things. And generally, a mad dash to submit a whole bunch of these would not result in a good chance of swift approval of these things at all, regardless of what they plan to implement. It would generally be an operator against an operator's favor, or at least the smooth running of their own plans to do so. So I would be surprised to see kind of that level of rush.
Well, I'm going to make a suggestion here, and I think I'm hearing this as a compromise. Open to thoughts on it, but I think Barbara makes a good recommendation that is in the middle ground. That I think that if we move that date to July 15, 2025, the first date, then that gives a 6-month-ish, well, maybe 3-month window that this would not apply to new applications within 2025, but anything after January 15th, 2025, this would apply to, and they would have a requirement to meet these targets. It would create a window or a runway for operators to be able to plan for that in their OGDP applications that are up and coming. And then in the implementation of that, could potentially give them between 1 and 3 years to figure out a way to implement that, is my understanding of that. Is there any consensus around that concept for an initial date? Or I guess, is there any significant heartburn? And I'm looking at operators because they're the ones
I guess I don't understand, McLean, Paula. I guess I don't understand why moving it up 6 months. I mean, I would venture to guess that any OGDPs that are submitted on or after January 1st, 2026 gives a longer runway. Am I misunderstanding?
You know, you've got some in the room that would like to see a short runway, and you've got some that would like to see a longer runway, and so this is an attempt to find the middle ground.
I mean,
so
it's like
the shorter runway would have it apply to any applications that are already in the pipeline. That would be the shortest runway. The longest runway would be to have it, as contemplated right now, would have to be applied on January 1st, 2026. So the July piece would be somewhere in the middle, is the proposal here, although, again, open to thoughts.
Thanks, Mark Hefta. Again, I think some of it's going to come down to what that actual percentage is, right? I mean, like I mentioned, our max year was 2% in the DJ. If you're trying to double that or better in a 1 year to 16-month period, that's going to be very difficult. So having some ability to plan forward and moving that date up 6 months just gives you that much less time to get a good plan together that isn't causing some adverse impacts that we're not contemplating here yet. So I'd strongly support staying with the original January date just to give us time to plan forward into a logical means that isn't just divert trucks to different locations just to hit that number in that short term period. So, thanks.
Albert? Then Rick?
And for Michael, curious if we could address how the water could be given, especially from the DJ perspective, and wondering about adding definition or I don't know what the word is, but to use treated water and how we can move that depending, don't take the timelines into consideration right now or do, but if we're expecting them to meet these 3%, let's say, and as Mark was saying, it was 2% was the best. So what are we going to do to help until this infrastructure, all these different things are in place? And it seems like treated water might be the best option, but we need to have some sort of an allowance, or I don't know what the word is, but new definition, understanding that we can use treated water, and maybe work that in a parallel to these rules. Thank you.
So Rick McCarty, I just want to follow along with what Mark said, and I agree with that. I think we probably do need to pick that required percentage number now, because if it's something we feel we can do with the existing infrastructure, then that's an easier task to go, okay, we can set this date here. But if it's something where we're going to have to go in and invest and build out more infrastructure to hit it, I'm not sure that's something we can guarantee in that OGDP that we're going to have ready by July 15th.
No, I think that's fair. So two things. This was actually a question to you, Director Dalton. We had talked at one point about having equivalency term in there, and I noticed it wasn't in the draft. I wondered if you could talk about why you pulled that out, or if you have thoughts on that.
If it wasn't in the draft, it's because of late nights. So it is, if I recall the draft correctly, it's in there. So
is it? And I just, so those are late nights on my part.
We will be asking, when this is finalized, there'll be a minimum, and then we'll be asking the commission to define an equivalency for produced water.
And so equivalency, at least in my mind, being some consideration for industrial wastewater or some treated wastewater that's not treated to surface discharge standards, something less than surface discharge standards, and or non-tributary water from class 2 injection well or something like that, right?
Brandy, if you feel comfortable talking about this, you really kind of led these kinds of discussions.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to repeat that.
It's the equivalency of produced water and what that might mean or look like. So maybe it's treated industrial wastewater.
Yeah. Well, I know, under Regulation 84, you can use reclaimed water for oil and gas operations of downhole drilling. So I would consider that an equivalent to fresh water. I mean, industrial reuse, there's no reason why industrial wastewater couldn't be supplemented. What other kind of sources are there? There's stormwater. Yes, thank you. Stormwater can be tricky with water rights, I think, in the state of Colorado. But yeah, rainwater collection, any type of typical reused water that you hear about be supplemented.
So that was kind of where we were going My own. That's kind of where we were going with non-freshwater discussion. For the produced water equivalency, it would be something that's not currently in, we'll say, the surface water cycle. And so it would be deep geologic formation water. And so this is kind of capturing the water that's not currently being used for drinking water, industrial uses, recreation.
Okay, so it's basically you're saying it's all captured in there already, and so we're good with the equivalency piece.
I am so good with it.
Yeah, Barbara, I just wanted to ask a question of the industry representatives, why that 6 months would make a difference, because if your OGDP is delivered by July 2025, you may not be drilling until January or the following year, depending upon your schedule. So there's time built into that. So that's my question, regardless of what the percentage set there, to do something a little more than what's already done today with the infrastructure is the goal here, to try and move the ball to reduce freshwater use.
So Rick McCarty, yeah, perhaps we need and perhaps just I need a good clarification of specifically what we're talking about by each state. Because when we started this discussion, I understood I first thought we were going to move this requirement for ODGPs to July of 2026, which would guarantee that any ODGPs in the pipeline should be aware of this and have that written into them prior to that date. So now we're saying any ODGPs filed after July 15th, 2025, right?
That's correct. That's correct. That's the supposal right now. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Just on a general, as you're developing new water infrastructure and water supply planning projects, it takes every bit of 2 years to get from the conceptual to the legal agreements to the right of ways to the actual construction. It is every bit of a 2-year process on average, depending, of course, on specific projects. But so trying to have it. You're talking right now, we might need to have things in place in less than 18 months, from the start of this year, so that would be very challenging.
Magdalena?
I don't know how much more I could add to Mark, but, and even after the OGDP has been approved, right, there's a lot of considerations with having equipment move on, like drilling or our wildlife closure. I mean, it's a pretty it's not just like building a house, right? That takes 6 months. I mean, it's a very complicated process for an OGDP. You might kill me for this. But if we're looking at a statewide perspective, then why maybe looking at the dates and the range for a statewide reduction instead of based on just OGDPs? Maybe that would eliminate if we're.
I hear what you're saying.
Oh, see, I didn't get.
No, I hear what you're saying. Some of at least in my opinion, is how do you implement that? So essentially, I think you're suggesting. I think what someone else suggested, maybe it was Mike, essentially an intensity target for water. Now, I'm not opposed to that, but we can't do that in the next hour. So this is a very simpler way of approaching it, because there is an existing water plan. If you take it OGDP by OGDP, there's opportunities to, I think, still accomplish the same thing as what an intensity target may accomplish. And it's what we've been contemplating and working on for months now. And so it would be hard to pivot at this point to some intensity target, would be my thought. I think it's something that this consortium could consider over the next year or two. And I don't know. Tessa, how long did it take to develop the intensity target concept for CDPHE from an air standpoint? Years to figure that out. Yeah. So, so I'm not.
I don't want to comment on
So let me suggest this. So I think I want to keep moving forward here. We've been asked to think about a target date and a target percentage. I'm hearing people say that those two things are interrelated, and so to answer your question, Rick, my interpretation of that is that whatever date that we land on, it's any OGDP that's applied for after that date. And so irregardless of whatever the date is, right now it says January. So right now on this, it would say any application submitted after January 1st, 2026 would be required to show this level of reuse and recycling in their water plan. So my suggestion now would be, if we want to keep it at January 1, 2026, which creates I think what I'm hearing industry say, an adequate window for planning purposes to hit a target. Should we land on the higher end of the spectrum from a percentage standpoint? So what if we said 5% by January 1st, 2026 instead of 3%? Reactions to that? Rick?
So Rick McCurdy, you literally took what I was gonna put on the table out of my mouth, is that if we'll push that date or hold it at January 1st, 2026, or any ODDP submitted after that, offer up a higher percentage. We've hit 2% in the past, best year, but the goal here is growth, more, right? I don't know if 5% is the number, lean on industry, but do we go 3? Do we go 4? But we need to pick a number showing that we're making progress.
John Heil? Mark?
Hey, it's John Heil. Yeah, I think personally we should maybe start low, just kind of echoing what Mark had said earlier. If we're looking at 5%, that's almost 2.5 times the current recycling rates that they're using right now. And I think also if we shoot, too high, then we could have, if the operators aren't able to meet those standards, then we're going to have to go through different enforcement processes, and we haven't even figured those out yet either. So I think also kind of what Rick said, we're working up to these numbers. So I think, starting low and going from there, I think that would be a good way to go about it.
You can almost guess what I'm going to say. I mean, this is going to be several years out before we start to see any statewide improvement. I think we should hit that 5% if we're sticking with January. I want to be able to walk out of here and be able to tell my constituency, I think we're going to move the ball a little bit in 9 years, right? So this is my concern. I understand the unintended consequences. We have an opportunity to review them in a year and change our recommendations basin by basin if we get there. But we've got to show the legislature and the public that we are serious about making an improvement.
Barbara took the word. I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Mike.
No, I'm just echo what Barbara said. I mean, what I'm really struck with is I would support a 5% figure. If we pick something like 3% and the next date doesn't arrive to 2030, these are 3.5-year OGDP. So you're looking at 10 years for operators statewide. are required to do nothing more than 3%, that does not feel like progress to me at all.
Irene?
Yeah, I'm okay with starting low, but this is a linear progression. I expect it more to be exponential because we're going to develop infrastructure. We're going to develop process and methodologies. So I'd like to see the increase be more exponential.
Okay. Harmony?
Harmony Cummings. It's been my experience when I worked in the industry that industry moves really fast when they're financially motivated to do so. And so I've seen huge logistic products, rail products across the state, loading sites, recapture systems going quickly when there was millions of dollars on the line. So I know that the industry has the technology, the resources, the capability to do so. I've seen it happen before. And then my next question becomes, what's the rush to get all this oil and gas out of the ground? Is it going somewhere? And if it takes a little bit of time and you know this is coming on, wouldn't that all be okay?
So is that a support of the 5%?
Yeah.
So I think we've heard a couple of different opinions now. So January 1st, 5%. Other thoughts on that? Go ahead, Mark.
I'll just throw my Mark Hefta, sorry. I'll throw my 2 bits in. We, like you said, best year so far is 2%. You double that try to double that again, they're at 8%. That gives a good pathway. I think that accomplishes, continual growth. And I don't have access to the whole DJ basin, but from my perspective, from a Chevron, what we see on volumes, mid to high 20% is what I would consider 100% recycling of produced water. I'm a little concerned when I see that 15% number way out in the future. So I'm gonna definitely look at trying to really ramp up the growth those first 3 tiers, and then the fourth tier, hoping we're shooting towards the lower end because we physically don't have anywhere near 50%. It's 30s could be a challenge. Thanks.
And I hear that, and I think there's a lot of people that have concerns about some of the ranges that are further out, particularly in the DJ. I think the good news is that's a long runway and a lot more discussions that can happen before we get there. But we're at 5% for January 1 right now. Is that what I'm hearing? Any other? Go ahead, Eric.
Barbara, would you mind? Oh, not at all. I didn't know I would be doing it. I can see it. I did it.
Thank you, Eric England. I just restating what Mark said. I think if you're looking for something to be able to be confident to our stakeholders and is achievable, if we consider doubling the largest amount that the DJ's ever recycled in a year and consider 4%, that's something that I think is credible and doable and defensible. And also in context of that January 1st, 2026 submittals from there on for that first tier.
Rick?
So I would turn my mic on. So Rick McCurdy, another compromise. If we go with 4% for the first one, because that's as far away as it seems, that is a short runway for the industry to get up and to double the best every year yet. But if we go 4% there, how about if we go 10% on the next one? And that way we go, look, we know that's out there 5 years from now. So we have to start building and thinking and putting infrastructure in place. That gives us a longer runway to prepare.
I like where you're going.
That's a good idea, Rick. This is Barbara again, and I know I'm being overly persistent, but one of the concerns I have is, excuse me,
in 6 months, the consortium may see revised data that looks more like the old data we saw, where the actual percent reuse in the DJ is maybe double what we think it is. And we're going to have egg on face. It's one of those concerns I have in terms of being able to establish our own bona fides as a commission or a consortium, that we are really doing the state's business and doing it well.
Thanks, Barbara. Chloe?
Yeah, Chloe Danforth, I just wanted to reiterate that we're talking about estimates here, and we don't have good data. And so just echoing Barbara's point.
It's true. And Rick McCurdy, and Barbara, you're absolutely right, and I understand what you're talking about. Or 6 months from now, we can see that exact same data that we're seeing in here that's corrected. So that, yeah, that's the problem. Harmony.
Harmony Comics, I like what Rick said about the 4 and the 10. And also, I struggle with averages and games that can be played because I played them. And I would love for there still to, and I'm going to say it again, a total of water usage in some benchmark year. Maybe it's 2024, and then the industry cannot use more water the next year and the next year. And we need to see less water being used each iterative year from the industry. I think that that's really, really important.
So that's the intensity target piece.
I like to jump around.
So we get you and Michelina together, and you guys can figure the intensity target out and present it to us.
Right? I can just add one piece to that, to what Harmony said, and I don't have a problem with that. I mean, we need to, unless what if it's a situation where we drill twice as many wells as we did?
I don't care.
Okay, we're getting close here, so I want to keep us moving forward. Does anyone online have their hand up before I continue forward here? So right now, the proposal is 5%, 10%. So we've got 26 at 4%, 2030 at 10%. Are people relatively okay with that? I know that there's some heartburn for sure. 2026, 4%. 2030, 10%. That's as far as I know.
2034, 20.
All right, so I'm gonna say that we've got those two locked in currently, like penciled in, I guess. So I'll make another proposal for a reaction. Oh, can I see the slide again? Sorry. 2034, 20%. 2038, 35%. Well, anyone have any reactions? So 20% in 2034, 35% 2038. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah,
I know you said that 20% is 100%.
Well, I'd say, in the mid-20s is a full recycle. So if you're going to 35%, we're looking at almost finding quite a bit of equivalency water. Or one thing I was going to bring up was on the definitions and non-fresh water and all that kind of things. In those bigger numbers, if we're going to shoot for those big numbers, that we could use some non-fresh water as a component of those, like we're talking 35% or something.
I think the equivalency has to come into play as we get to those higher numbers. Yeah. At least in the DJ, the way that I understand it today.
I'd be supportive of those if those equivalency numbers are considerate of like non-fresh industrial sources.
Or mine, Brian.
Eric Anglin again, similar to what Mark said, for that upper limit, 35%. Again, another DJ primarily operator represented, without other optionality or equivalency, or what was kind of alluded to, this floor and tray type of scenario to fill those gaps. There physically wouldn't be enough water for us to meet that goal. And I don't know if it's intuitive or not, but if we reach a place that we can't achieve the recycle targets, there may be less oil and gas production, which then subsequently means less water available and so forth. So it can have a reversing effect on the availability and the efficiency of recycling more water.
I think one thing, and I hear you on that one, and actually, I mean, it inherently seems, I think that the equivalency piece plays a big part in that. But I don't think we've done any analysis on volume of water available that may be, considered equivalency. And so as we revisit and relook at these, I think there's more research to be done. There's more discussions to be had on what needs to happen to be able to reach those further out targets, including unintended consequences, all the stuff we talked about, hurdles, opportunities, unintended consequences, all these things. Because I do think it intentionally becomes more challenging to get to those higher targets. But I think that we should continue to do the work to try to figure out what we need to do in order to get there. But again, open to thoughts. I'm also not interested in setting a target that's unachievable.
This is Brandy Honeycutt. So much like how with our last vote, we chose to do a statewide goal with the intention to investigate other basins. And can we do something similar with these goals where we say, like, these are our set goals, but we have opportunity to reassess our goals and reset them?
Yeah, in fact, I think we're statutorily obligated.
Oh, well then,
yeah.
Okay. I feel like that makes this conversation maybe a little easier, right? Because we can change it. We can change it down the road if we need to.
So we are required to review these on an annual basis, and hopefully not just do it, at the end of the year, but have meetings and do research and develop reports on things that would better inform our analysis of this. Right? All right.
Harmony Cummings, I like going ahead with the higher numbers with the caveat, what that was just noticed that anything over, is it 25%, 30% will be challenging with current infrastructure and water, available produced water resources. But I still like going for the higher number, acknowledging the current limitation today.
Yeah, I think it does have to be acknowledged.
One last comment. So just to follow up on Harmony's comment. I mean, perhaps one way to do that in that 2034 and 2038 number, you include by the use of recycled or reused produced water and or equivalency or non-fresh water sources. Just add that into that, the 10 to 20 and 35% numbers.
Well, I think that should be added in all, because I think Nicolina's concerns, some of the less capitalized operators. So I did that number. If there are challenges with being able to access that produced water right off the bat, they may need to utilize equivalency to even hit the 5%. And so, to me, the equivalency ends up being an important piece. And probably, so on page 2, Hope, with the recommendation where it does talk about by January 1st, 2026, blah, blah, blah. I think this is where I missed it, is that it says, 3 to 5% recycled and reused produced water should be included in the water plan. That's where I thought, or its equivalency should be placed. And then it's clear that each of these allow an equivalency as a portion of that required by the credit for. Or each of the all of them should say the same thing, so that it acknowledges that an equivalency could be utilized. Go ahead, Rick.
So should we change that language to simply say a range of, or like 4% non-fresh water should be used in completions?
No, because I want to highlight that we are recycling and reusing produced water, and that there is the ability to utilize the equivalency. But the legislation calls out that we need to increase the amount of recycled and reused produced water, and so I want to make sure that that's identified. That's just my thought. Go ahead, Mike.
So I overlooked this issue when I read the recommendations too, but just a minor wordsmithing idea. The sentence on page 2 right before that refers to defining and allowing equivalency. So we would just say, even in applying these thresholds, equivalency shall be permitted, or something like that, basically to cover it all.
Yeah, and I think that's fine too, as long as it's clear. Oh, you take it off, Rick?
Yeah, and I don't know if y'all are ever going to get to a vote or not, but just in case you do, I'm in favor of the 4, 10, 20, 35.
Anyone else have any opposition to that? You just voted, Rick.
Everybody.
Can we verify it online as well?
Online. Any thoughts, concerns? Everyone good with that? Can't see anyone right now, so. We're good online. Go ahead, Irene.
This also be one of those things that we can revisit.
Irene Andrus, these numbers are also included in what we're saying that we can revisit when we're doing our reassessment.
Absolutely, we can revisit any.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
This is a consortium that has the ability to bring up whatever topic, have conversations, dig deeper into certain things. So the answers.
Well, thank you to everybody. I know this has been a long time coming, so thank you. Kyle, I would like to request some assistance in writing the language about application and filing. If you can help me with that language, I would really appreciate that.
All right, congratulations, folks. That's a huge step forward. Let's take the 5-minute break. So that was huge. That's never been done in any other state in the United States, as far as I'm concerned, this contemplation. And it's not a rule yet, right? So, I mean, it's not a done deal, but that contemplation of a requirement to reduce recycling oil and gas operations and the work necessary in order to figure out the supporting documentation and the ability to do that. It's huge. So congratulations to everyone. Willingness to have open discussions, compromise, and to work through those discussions. That's a big deal. And so thanks to everyone. And, of course.
And thanks to Commissioner Messner for his leadership, and Hope and the whole staff and ECMC support for getting us here.
So with that, as a reward and celebration, we're not going to do anything else. I have some more stuff on the agenda. I think we're going to pivot and we're going to do this as homework. We do have a couple other things that we need to do and give to Hope in order to be able to keep moving through some of these deliverables. I don't think we need to do any more today on this though, and so we'll send an email out framing the homework and maybe encourage, like we've done once before, folks to get together online, have a quick conversation about some topics to discuss, and then we can be prepared to share those with each other at the next meeting, something like that. Go ahead, Hope.
Thank you, Commissioner Messner. And I do want to recognize the staff at the consortium as well as the ECMC and our partner agencies that contributed to this success today. And I really appreciate all of them because they worked long hours, and I can hazard to guess every single one of them thought about finding a new job. I really appreciate the staff and you all. You know, I knew that all of you were fantastic and would come to some agreements. And I look forward to the next following years. So, the homework. The homework would be great. I do, so this is for the November 1st report. Normally I would have brought you a first draft today, and then in October I would be bringing a final draft so that we could finalize it before the November 1st deadline. I do think that we should present our homework at our October meeting, and if we need another meeting in between the October meeting and November 1st, I want to make sure that you guys are open to that. It's going to be virtual throughout the rest of the year. And if everything goes fantastically, because our last report of 2024 is due 12/1, so we would finalize that at our November meeting, then we'll take December off, and so we won't have a meeting in December.
That's great. And then, like Hope and I talked about earlier, once we get through December into January, I'd love to get all the consortium members together again for a meeting, kind of reset a little bit, because we'll have accomplished almost all of the legislative deliverables up until that point, and that creates an opportunity for us to, now that we've got a year and some under our belts, we've got to take a step back and then step forward with a reset and really look at what are we going to do with the Colorado Produced Water Consortium over the next year, 2 or 3, and just start to think about what our path forward is as a consortium. And so that's what I hope to be able to accomplish starting in January moving forward. So Everyone good with that? Are we good?
I just want to call attention to Emma's question online. She asked, so the December 13th would be canceled?
I think that's, yes, the December 13th would be canceled. Thank you.
She said, never been so excited to get homework. I read that wrong at first. Emma, please share your excitement. And and just for your knowledge, Emma, I've been teaching at Metro State for over 20 years, and I have never seen that before. So thank you.
Happy to provide joy, and I love you guys, and I'm also excited to end the meeting early.
So I know some people are interested in going on the tour that we have available here. Compliments of Chevron. Mark, are we able to do that? So we can just head over there. We can start the tour now. Folks that are interested in participating in the tour, encourage folks to participate if they haven't had an opportunity to see the facility and some of the cool stuff that they've got here. And those who aren't able to go on the tour or stick around, thank you for everything that we've accomplished today, your participation, your dedication to the consortium, and we'll catch up with you next meeting.
Now you can turn it off.
And so I think with that, we're done with the virtual part of the meeting.